Alright, we are live. We're going to be grinding today. We got quite a bit of a grind to go, but I am just feeling like vibing. I feel like I get so distracted when grinding, so we're going to do just Dungeon Slam today. And just chill. Probably just yap about nothing. Talk about healers and such. Yeah, it's going to be a real chill stream, so not going to be like over the top or anything. Just going to be vibing. Probably going to be pressing spinning crane kick a lot. If someone wants to do a spinning crane kick counter, there, I'll start you at one. Because we're going to be hitting that button a lot today. Yo, what's up, J-Bach? How are you doing? What level are you, J-Bach? And also, you're still on the warrior, right? But it's good to see you. Oh my god, people in the guild keep messaging me, asking if I'm still playing Monk. I put my thing on the spreadsheet, but I swear, like, maybe it bugged, or like it keeps deleting it or something. Our M0's out after reset or launch. I'll pull up the schedule for you, Brandy, in just 1 second. We have it posted in our guild, and I feel like just how we visualize things is always nice. Yo, J-Buck, thank you for the support. I will make sure and heal you a lot night 1 of raid. How about that? I feel like that's a fair trade-off, right? You you subbed the channel, and then you get my heal. No, I'm just kidding. I know that's like a joke in our guild, but no. Oh, I need to post in the Discord. Give me a second. Let me post, and then I will pull that up. All right, posting now, and then pulling it up. Gotta make sure I'm still moving, though, because my group will die without me. Dude, shout out to this guy popping out offensive. Very nice. Okay. Okay, I have my guild Discord pulled up. I will pull up that page to show you the schedule. Pretty sure... So, this week, I don't know. They're very slow dripping it. Is it under announcements? Where do we post that? Not here. Aha, okay, I do have it pulled up. Let me get to a stopping point. You know, so it's funny because before I went live, I was doing like a dungeon, and this tank, he was moving very quickly. It was just Windrunner, which is like very undertuned at this level. So it was like super easy. We were just blasting through it. So I messaged him. I was like, hey, I like the pace you're going. Do you want to like stick together? He was like, yeah, sure. Like you can heal these bigger pools like happily. But then we get Murder Row, and I do feel like Murder Row is like, especially compared to Windrunner, it actually does damage. You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting here trying to set up the stream. Like we got insta-queued. I thought I'd have like you know 30 seconds to like just start the stream or something. We got insta-queued, which is why we started the stream mid-key. But yeah, we're can't do that. We're just going. Okay, I guess let me pull it over now. So, okay, so we are here. M0 is supposed to release March 3rd. It's supposed to, but yeah, like that said, we will see. That is kind of just like our best guesstimate of what's going to happen. So we should be getting M0 next week, especially because that's how War Within launched too. Is like we had this week of like just leveling our characters, and then we did have an M0 week. So I mean, it should, but that's like the yeah. Thank you, J-Bach. It should release, like, they should come out next week. Yo, what's up, Vicar? Good to see you, man. How you doing? How's midnight treating you? Are you partaking in the midnight shenanigans? I am, you know, I haven't really been... I was pretty excited for War Within, but I wasn't this excited. I feel like for the past few months, I've just been so ready for this to start, like... I've wanted nothing more than to just sit there and make guides, you know what I mean? So yeah, Brammy, that's like our best guess. So if they don't come, they don't come. Things, you know, they're always like switching things up and stuff. But that's kind of like someone who usually predicts the schedule like to a T and makes guides and stuff. That's who our guild kind of gets it from. And he predicted that that's what's going to happen. So I mean, it's always, there's a fail rate, right? One thing that's annoying about this dungeon that's been happening all, like, the whole dungeon is that our tank's trying to run ahead and pull and like do some bigger pulls so that we can just like cleave it down and get it over with, right? But there's so many little casters and channelers and whatnot in this dungeon that just like stop you from progressing. It's pretty annoying. But we are big vibing. Let me close my door really quick. 1 second. Yeah, what's up, Dog Watch? Good afternoon. All right. But yeah, I'm also like very satisfied with where all the healers have kind of landed, like their play styles. Probably should have been more compact there. But I am like very happy. We need to. I don't have Ring of Peace. I am very happy with, especially Mistweaver Monk. Like I'm so glad that Mistweaver Monk is in a fun state. And of course, like I'm sure some people out there are probably like mad about what it is, but dude, I am just having a lot of fun as Mistweaver and very excited. But I'm living in EU, that's why I'm asking. Ah, okay. Midnight has released for you, right? That means M0 is at launch. No, so Midnight hasn't released for me. This is the this is like the early access, so I don't know if I would count that as would you count the early access as a release? Personally, I don't know if I would count that as a release. I don't know. That's a good question. Do you count early access as a release? M0 is tomorrow. Yeah, that's what the big guess is. I guess we can't just stack that up at this level. We can take the slam, but I bet at Mythic Plus it's gonna like one-shot you if you stack up. Hey. Yeah, Murder Road takes a long time, man.
The void storm frightens the city for good reason.
Alright, where next? Yes, sir. Gotta respond to a guildie. Oh, did I even? It's not letting me respond to. Oh, is he offline? Dang, okay. Oh, he came online. Okay. But this is nice. If you find a tank that you like the pace that they go at and stuff, definitely reach out to them and ask if they want to queue up, because this is speeding up our queues tremendously. Like I'm basically going from dungeon to dungeon instead of going like dungeon, maybe do like a quest or two, and you know, we are literally spamming these things. But I'm also like, Tiger's Blessing him on cooldown. I feel like he's noticed. So I think that's why he's fine with playing with me. He is a Blood Death Knight, so like that's not the ideal tank to like run these with because they're so slow. But that's fine. Alright, I need to get YouTube chat pulled up because I so far have not seen what you guys are saying. So let me spin a few times and I'll come over here and get the chat pulled up. Alright. We have YouTube chat pulled up. What's good, guys? How many of you guys have multiple alts at 90? I have not had the time that I thought I would have to play. So, just like IRL nugget of my life or whatever is, so my wife is coming up on her like very busy season. So like, it's basically about to kick off. We think this week is going to be her like start of her very busy time, and that means that it's like it's literally nonstop work for her. So like, you know, I want to spend as much time as possible with her. So this weekend, and I basically didn't play at all. I think I did like 2 dungeons because I spent like every spare second just like hanging out with her. You know what I mean? Druid and Hunter is 90, Monk is 87. Man, see, that's what I thought I would be able to do. Is I thought I'd be able to just crank some characters, but I have not been able to play it. But that's all to change starting now. I do plan on playing like all day today during stream, then going down and cooking, going to the store, and then once I get home from the store, I'm just going to grind after that too. So I'm going to be grinding all night tonight. So yeah, I'm excited. This is like what I love. I love the grind. I don't really love the leveling grind as much. I love the IO grind. Like when you see like this I don't know, like I feel like that's just more my speed. It's like when there's like that like kind of PvP aspect in the sense of a leaderboard, you know? Like that's my cup of tea. So I am very excited, at least for like even M0s. I think M0s are fun. Once you start getting to the point where you're like actually getting gear, I think that's when like my favorite grind starts. I love the gear grind. I love the IO grind. Yeah, the level grind, it never has been really for me. I always, every time I make a new character, I'll start doing quests. I'm like, oh, let me try out, like, I've never done the Cataclysm quest line, you know, so I'll go to Chromie and do the Cataclysm thing. I'll do probably, like, 2 quests, and I'll be like, nah, this isn't, we're doing dungeons, and then I'll just spam dungeons till I get a max level. I have early access as well, but I heard people say M0s come with launch. I mean, I'm sure, like, there's different seeds of I don't know what's right. Like, I don't think anyone knows what's correct except for Blizzard. But yeah, people, I've heard that M0s are going to come this week, and I've heard that M0s are going to come next week. It's kind of just like, we'll see. You know what I mean? They might have confirmed it somewhere. I just haven't seen that. But my best guess is I don't think they would give us the same thing like 2 weeks in a row. And I think M0s would come. I do think M0s would come next week. Or like this tomorrow, basically, for us in the US. Yo, what's up, Nerdies? How's it going? Nerdies, how many characters do you have to 90? Oh man, you know, it just sucks that like on one hand it's great to be an altaholic because you always have a fun side of this game to play, right? But then when a new season starts, you have to get 10 levels on all of your characters. You're like, oh no, why am I on this guy still? Oops. Uh-oh. Luckily, this is doing no damage. Alright. Druid Hunter is 90, Monk is 87. What was your fastest way to level Grouper? Like, did you just do dungeons, or were you like questing between dungeon queues, or did you just quest, or did you do some like not like an exploit? I know there was a leveling exploit that we were talking about on our last stream, but like we were saying that it just existed. We didn't do it, but obviously I'm level 84. But like, did you do some kind of level grind? Like, did you join a group and do some kind of like mob grind or something? Like, what was your best way to level your characters? Quests, but it was painful. Dang. Okay, so one thing about me is like, if I were to like level my monk through the quest line, I could not then level my like druid through the quest. I can't do the same quest line twice. It's just, oh, it's so painful. The ADHD, it can't. It cannot let me. That's brutal. That is brutal. I got 4 at max level. 2 are monks. Nerdies, that is the correct answer. You got 4, which is like, wow, what a gamer. And 2 of them are monks. Instead of going like, I'm gonna level my 4th alt. No, I'm gonna level my 2nd monk. That's the right way to say it. That is awesome, Nerdies. I'll get there eventually. I'm a little slow to the race, but as long as I have the one horse in this race, which is this monk, that's all I really care about the first few weeks, because this will be my raiding character. Although, one thing that I should get into is, like, rep grinding. I know there's, like, there's some good things for, like, professions that you can do. Hey, so, I don't know why I just said hey like that, but back in, like, was it Dragonflight? I feel like during the Race World First, like, all of the big pros leveled all their characters, like, really fast through professions, right? Like, they just, like, blasted professions and got a bunch of levels. Is that still a thing, or do they not give you, like, XP anymore? I'm gonna run ahead and start the RP with a boss. I'm gonna speed boost the tank so you can grab this lasher.
That Dragonhawk seems to have stolen my heart. She won't let you close without a fight.
Alright. My advice would be to do Delves as Brewmaster at 88 to 90. Is it just that it's so fast? Or... So one, my follow-up questions are like, one, why Brewmaster? I'm guessing it's just because it's quicker. But two, why Delves from those levels? Is it just because they're like short and you can burst them out? Or what? And why specifically start at level 88? Is it because like our dungeon scaling gets weird at 88? Is that it? Or I don't know. Unfortunately, Arms, which is my favorite alt, is complete ass. Yeah. I know, I've talked to a few people that play Warrior. I need to ask J-Bach. I don't know which Warrior spec J-Bach plays, because I don't know anything about Warrior, but I know Vlad was upset about Fury being, or Arms being ass. And I don't even think he's playing Fury, or maybe I have those two backwards. I don't know. But yeah, that was the one that received that like random nerf that one day, right? Like, it wasn't even, like, great. It was just, like, another DPS spec. And then they, like, gutted it, right? People are joking about Arms doing tank damage. That's how bad it is. Hey, as a healer, that sounds great, man. That's awesome. 75k XP per Delves... Oh, Delve's quest. Okay, so the quests, yeah. And Brew can pull the whole Delve. Okay. Maybe a competent Brewmaster. Yo, what's up, Chris Smith? Great first name. Absolutely top tier. Rank 1 of 1 first names, Chris Smith. Hopefully you're still around. Man, I need a macro that just spams spinning crane kick. I used to have my foot pedals queued up for this, where I could just press it and it'll spin for me. And that's like my leveling weak button. But I don't have that set up right now. Yeah, as a healer, yeah, it's great. As a DPS, though, yeesh, that's really bad. What did they even do to it? Like, was it just a numbers nerf? Like, did they just say, like, this is gonna do half the damage or something? Or, like, did they change, like, something that fundamentally changes how it plays?
It seems to have called on the ghosts of vengeance past. We'll need that map from them.
Oh, man, I wish, like... I wish they'd bring back Torghast. Hear me out. I wish they'd bring it back not as a mandatory thing, but as just something you could do to level. Wait, couldn't you level through Torghast in, like, Dragonflight? Wasn't that that was a thing, right? Or was it just Shadowlands? I don't know, but dude, as a Mistweaver monk, I miss Torghast. You could blaze through it. If you didn't play Torghast or Shadowlands as a Mistweaver, let me tell you, we had... So Torghast, if you didn't know, was just this, like... Basically this, like, really long dungeon. It was really long and annoying, where you had to go through a bunch of floors. And, then there was, like, a boss at the end. But it was, like, worthwhile because you got some good rewards and stuff. But it was really long and annoying and boring and stuff. However, as a monk, one thing is, like, as you killed different mobs, they dropped, like, powers. It was kind of like one of those systems where you could grab new powers that power you up as you go along. And Mistweavers had two really good ones. Like, one absolutely broken one, and one that was also very good. So the one that was very good, it said... Every time you blackout kick, it would just hit 2 additional targets, which back then, blackout kick did not cleave, I don't think. So, but the thing is that you could stack these powers. So if you killed a mob and it dropped that power, you would take it. And then you would hope that later in the dungeon, more and more mobs would drop that same power. So then all of a sudden, your blackout kick's hitting like 9 targets, and you're just like slamming down. And you could also take, I think it also boosted the damage of blackout kick, or maybe there was like other powers that did. So you could just, like, every time you blackout kick, it just, like, nukes the whole AoE pack, right? It was so sick. But the really broken one said, every time you vivify an ally, you leave behind a puddle of acid underneath them that, like, ticks for damage for, like, 4 seconds. And that, it did so much damage. It was uncapped, which is really good. And on top of that, it was damage that your healing spell was doing. So what you would do is you would run through an entire room or a floor, pull the entire floor, get to the end of the floor, wrap around a corner so that all the mobs would LOS and like come straight to you. And then you would just spam Vivify into yourself and they would just melt. Like the whole room would just melt. And it was, man, it was so satisfying. It was so satisfying. I miss those days. And that's why I think I was more fond with Torghast than other people were. But, you know, Mistweaver wasn't the only one that had some crazy things. I remember, like, Demonology Warlock, they were really broken because they could, like, just spawn, like, 1,000 little imps. And they were crazy. And then, like, Mages had something where they could just, like, lust every pool or something. Like, it was pretty dumb, too. And then, like, Ellie Shams, like, there were some broken specs, right? But Mistweaver as a healer was crazy. And, like, all the while, you're doing so much damage, but you're keeping yourself alive, which is, like, really important. Yo, what's up, Fluffs? How you doing? Basically, Arms was pumping in single target as far as I know. Then they nerfed single target and increased AoE. They nerfed single target and increased AoE. They nerfed single target a little too much, so people were expecting some single target tweak buffs. And then they just nerfed AoE and single target again. Oof. Okay. That's pretty bad. So they nerfed you a little too hard, and they're like, you know what? Let's fix that. Let's nerf you some more. That's brutal. You hate to see it. I mean, that's like the life of like a Mistweaver / Holy Paladin, though, right? Like, anytime either of those specs are good, like top tier, they get nerfed like one too many times, and it's just like, okay, now it's literally like unplayable in terms of like meta keys, you know? So I can't even begin to feel bad for you. No, I'm kidding. I do. That does suck. Doing Great was close to dropping my monk because he felt so bad, then realized scaling was fucked and I was at 6% haste, which feels terrible for caster for sure. Yeah, but also, yeah, scaling is really bad, especially when you're a healer that relies on damage. You get through those, like levels, whenever it's, like, 7, like this 7, Tank's taking a break. Whenever you get to the, like, 67, 77, like, that, you hit this, like, dead period where your scaling just feels really weak. As, honestly, most healers, but mainly the ones that you notice it the most on are the ones that also rely on their damage. Because, like, healer damage is kind of broken while leveling and questing and stuff. For the most part. Like, our damage is so high, right? I guess we can try to do a quest while we wait. The Lured Manifestation. Aha. Yeah, over the weekend I worked on my, so I made a Windrunner Spire healing guide. So if you want to be ready for that dungeon or Magister's Terrace when they go live for Mythic Plus or even Mythic 0, definitely check out those guides. I talk about every mechanic from a healer's point of view. So, like, I don't really mention some mechanics because I literally never think about them while healing the dungeon. But I talk about everything that will be on your mind while you heal that key. So definitely check that out. I also made I'm starting my, like, 1-minute guides for the season. I made my Resto Druid one first. Because that's been the most requested. I think the second most requested is Holy Paladin, from what I've seen. So I do plan on making that soon. So, yeah, I got a lot of stuff I'm working on for you guys. Hopefully I can get it all done in time, you know. While leveling my character. It's a long time since I've really tuned into your stream. Well, hey, I'm glad you're here, Brammy. You're so nice as always. I appreciate that. I stopped playing Mistweaver, but I continued down the dark road of Windwalking. Hey, that road's not so dark. Brewmaster's not. Honestly, as long as you're a monk, you're fine. You're chilling, right? Still representing our favorite class, yeah, for sure. Oh, no, jump scare. I'll help this because they're a monk. They're a windwalker though. Ew, wind. No, I'm just kidding. It's like I just got done saying. It's not that bad. Okay, I need to. Well, I have aggro from this windwalker, which is. That's something. Rub my cheese spot? That's a name. Hold on. This guy's name is Rub My Cheese Spot. What the heck? Dude, that's actually a great name, but I feel like that's gonna get flagged, right? That's gotta get flagged. I don't know how I ended up in the most dead spec, but I love it. Can't leave it behind. The thing is like, I feel like I don't see how Monk is so underrepresented. I don't get it. Monk is so sick. Monk is awesome.
Busier than usual in here. We need to act fast.
It's murder row time. Now leveling a mage, and that's insane. Yeah, that name was crazy. Leveling a mage, interesting. We have a. I don't know if our guild has a mage queued up right now. Oh, actually we do. One of our hunters is swapping to mage. But our mage from the past few seasons is swapping to healer, which is interesting. I wonder if he's online. I don't know that person. Huh. I don't know. Alright, it's go time. This dungeon is really long. Maybe it's just that it feels this way, but man, this dungeon goes on forever. So I've been working on a short, and I'm debating posting it. One, because it's pretty self-deprecating, right? Pretty embarrassing. It's an embarrassing thing to put on the internet. But two, I just don't want it to like really come off the wrong way. But I think it's funny. So if you guys know, there's this like trend that kind of trended a while back that was like, this is me one day of after one day of listening to like rap or something, and then like basically they just get progressively more like stereotyped, right, as they go along. So like, this is me one day of listening to EDM, and then by like, this is me 1 month of listening to EDM, it's like they're in like full rave gear, right? So it's one of those things, right? So I've made one, as you probably saw in the last few months, is as we were building up to midnight dropping, I started looking ridiculous. I had like a gigantic beard and like big raggedy hair. So what I did was like, I recorded the end then, and then as I like cut my hair and stuff, I've recorded like the in-betweens, like working backward. And I wanna make that into a short, and I recorded like, this is me after one day of playing WoW and stuff like that. But without spoiling too much, it progresses quickly. So I don't know if it'll come off wrong. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Should that one just stay in the drafts, or should I make it? Because I think it's funny. Let's see. I was top 50 when I stopped, and I stopped before you could get +8 item level. So it says a lot. Yeah, it does. There are only 400 windwalkers. It feels like that sometimes. Alright, they got all that. And I rode Windwalker last season. I stopped pretty early when I came back for this preseason. Still top 500 Windwalker. It's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, the preseason patch though, not many people played it. Honestly, like a lot of people just sat it out. Hi, finally able to stop by a live stream. Just wanted to say I love your videos and your content in general. Mistweaver has been my main for a while, and it's always fun, dude. It is such a good time. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully you stick around. But hey, also when me and my brothers used to play like the Madden games as a kid, I would always pick the Vikings or the Ravens, only because purple's my favorite color, and I always preferred going the Vikings. So it's cool to see that a Vikings fan. I'm not. I wouldn't call myself a fan of any NFL team, but if you forced me to choose, I would probably go Vikings. Even if it just comes down to the colors, you know what? We take that, right? And you would think like nowadays with the Seahawks, because they have some really like good branding and stuff, but still Vikings. But good to see you, Scolger. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're enjoying Mr. Monk. It is a good time right now. I am super stoked for this season. Also, this season, I feel like my guild is like we have a couple people trying to compete for the monk spot, so I'm gonna have to like come hot out of the gates to stake my claim on the monk spot. Or one thing I've like always considered is like, what if I had like a raid main and then like a non-raid main? It's like if I just push Mythic Plus as the monk, but then just like came to raid night as the druid. But the downside to that is like, what if there's another Lumithar's trinket? Then it would be really hard for me to get it on the Mythic Plus character, right? But I am not dooming Mistweaver and Raid as much as others are. Definitely has its flaws, but I feel like people really like to doom. Like people in my comments were, I read one this morning. I was like, oh my gosh, I wonder where they got that take from, but it's whatever. This boss is so weird. Like, we're beating up her dog. And then killing her, but why? You know? I swear, we are the bad guys.
Disguises and find the goods. I will be watching.
Purple used to be the color of royalty after all. That's right. Hey, we got level 85. It's like the color of Bacchus and wine and luxury. And the Minnesota Vikings. Yee-hoo! Just kidding. I don't know what people in Minnesota sound like. I doubt it's that. But I don't know why that came out like that. I mean, if you enjoy other classes, that works. But I would not give up my main class for my guild. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I would never do that. It would just be if I wanted to, right? Like, if I was like, dude, I just really want to play Shaman for a tier. Which, back in, what was the tier with Anduin? Like, Anduin was like the 7th boss. And then you went on and you killed, like, the jailer, I think. That tier, I really, really, really wanted to play Resto Shaman. I don't know why, but I just really enjoyed it. But I also, like, I was planning on it. Like, I was full on going to swap to them to Resto Shaman for Raid. But, like, specifically Raid. But then I ended up having a lot of fun as Mistweaver. So I, like, played Mistweaver. And plus, I think that tier, my guild did need the monk. So I was like, okay, I'll just be the monk and, like, I'm fine with that. But then I ended up really enjoying that tier rating. So like I would never do it unless I wanted to, right? And I would never, but I do play. I told my guild, like, as long as I'm on the roster, if we need a monk spec, then I'm dead. You know what I mean? Like I will guarantee that we at least have a monk. But if someone else swaps to monk, then I reserve the right to swap if I ever wanted to, right? Are you leveling through dungeons instead of quests? I did the opposite. LOL, I still haven't tried half the dungeons. Yes, but mainly because, man, I can't stand quest. Like, I just get so distracted while questing, and I can only do it for so long. I wish I was different, but it's just how my brain's made, right? Questing is so hard for me to, like, pay attention. But the thing is, like, after you do the same dungeon, like, 5 times in a row, eventually I go and start just, like, forcing myself to do quests, right? Because we've done Murder Row, like, 4 out of the past 5 dungeons. This DK just typed hello YouTube, but my face is blocking chat, so I'm reading it out for them. I am the text to speech. I wonder if he meant for me or for anyone else in the group. But Banshee Monk, what's good, Banshee Monk? Hey, appreciate the follow. I just saw my face like raving. Hey, so does this DH. They say hello YouTube as well. So shout out to these guys. Yeah, once again, I am the text to speech. Do you have HDD? You mean like a, isn't that like a type of hard drive or something? Oh, ADD. Yeah, so you know, there's like hyperactive and attentive or in something like that. We have family members that are very clearly and some of them have been diagnosed with hyperactive. But I have not been diagnosed. We're trying to get it set up and stuff because it's one of those things where it just becomes way too clear. You know what I mean? So that's what our next plan is. The reason why we haven't set it up yet is because, one, it takes a minute to get our local office. It takes a minute to get a spot in, but also it costs a lot. Like, it costs a lot to do anything about it, right? So we can't really do it yet. But the problem is like the local office are like, we won't take you in after you're 30. After you're 30, you're screwed, right? And I'm 29, so I'm like, hopefully we can get in this year. But yeah, it's ADHD without hyper. Yeah, but I can't remember the word it's like attentive, right? Attentive? I don't know. Currently being sorted for ADD. Well, hey, hopefully it's working out for you. Ooh, we just got a trinket. So I'm giving you crit. Very nice. Do we use it? Probably not. But hopefully it's going good. If so you're getting sorted for ADD. I feel like that's what I would get. Like if I were to, you know, wage it inattentive. That makes more sense. What am I doing? Oh, also, do you think Chiji will be viable in raid this year? I mean, like, as of now, I don't. And it sucks because you if you watch me, you know I love to just force it. Because, like, every time I tested it on raid, it was a lot more, you know, a lot less good than I would have hoped it was, you know. Yeah, attention deficit disorder, but there's like two types of ADHD, and one of them is hyperactive, I think, and the other one is inattentive, right? It's something like that. I don't know. I don't know too much about that, but I know that I've heard those two terms. But whatever it is, I feel like I wouldn't get the hyperactive because my brother's hyperactive. And that is people who have the hyperactive, you can see it, right? But yeah, if you watch me stream for long enough, I'm sure it'll come out. Especially because like I'll be reading one message, I'm like, in the middle of reading that message, I'll think of a response to another message, and I'll have to go back and respond to that. And it's a mess, man. It is a mess. No, it's either attention deficit disorder or attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Maybe it's that ADD. People refer to it as inattentive. Maybe that's what it is. But I know that there's like another way to categorize it, or just another way to say how you categorize it, which is probably what it is, you know. And hey, maybe it's just the local office that my family goes to that does that. So who knows? It could just be like one doctor that uses that term, which is weird. I feel like that's a weird term. I don't know. I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm just claiming to be distracted. My only hang up with Mistweaver is the raid healing. I love dungeon healing, but I need to practice in a raid environment. The raid healing is a little odd. One thing that you could do is you could take this week, Scourger. Take this week and be playing. There's a good rushing wind kick build, and I can find a log for it. It's a Mythic Plus build that plays with rushing wind kick. You can play that. It's not the perfect test environment, right? Because you're playing a raid or a dungeon build in dungeons. But the thing is that it does use a lot of the same core, and you're trying to play around a lot of the same things. So like one thing that the rushing wind kick build does is you're trying to like get as many rushing wind kicks off as possible. by using things like Heart of the Jade Serpent to like shave time off that cooldown, right? Use your Thunder Focus Tea to reset it, or to reset Rushing Wind Kick because you're playing Morning Breeze. So like you could get reps with little interactions like that. So that's if you're trying to get like, if you want your best raid reps but in a dungeon environment, I would recommend trying that out, like just swapping your dungeon build so that you at least can get some like, try to get some understanding about these like interactions that the raid build plays around, you know what I mean? Malnar 1123 says, hey there, big fan of your videos. I'm a big fan of your chat. How about that? Holy Paladin seems to be the only healer spec that doesn't have a simple here's how the spec heals and the basic combos, etc. on YouTube. I'm trying to get an idea of it before I invest the time to level, looking to be first time healer. Well, hey, luckily for you, you know, this morning I posted my 1 minute Resto Druid guide, and the next one that I plan to release to make is the Holy Paladin, so that should be coming soon. And I have gotten a lot of people asking about Holy Paladin. Maybe it's just that a lot of people are swapping to it this tier, I'm guessing. But I do want to start making like beginner guides to the healers, and not just like, I guess the 1 minute guides kind of do that because they're trying to just get you in just a minute, right? But I do understand that like some people just want like a more basic guide. Like I know like whenever I load into my Holy Paladin, like yeah, I can watch like an Ellismere video and kind of know what he's talking about and know their interactions. But if you're picking up Holy Paladin, sometimes you might not, you know what I mean? So like I know that you might need that like first stepping stone, and I would like to make that. But like I said, at least for now, the 1 minute guide is likely to come. Hey, Zenelia hey, there you go. Zenelia says HPAL TLDR. Holy shock. There you go. But yeah, Holy Paladin I want to be doing next. I also, yeah, I don't know why I just said I also. Could be I'm from Denmark, so I don't know. No, I mean I feel like I'm sure it's probably just a local thing, I'm guessing maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I'm currently leveling through dungeons, but I feel like since we've done Murder Row a couple times now, it's literally just Murder Row and Windrunner. They get old, right? I kind of want to do some quests after this. So far, I've got a good base level grasp of H-Priest, and I like that unlike Resto Druid, it's not just constant hot and health bar management. Not sure of Holy Pally compares. I would just play H-Priest, but I play DPS and Raid, and Shadow is kind of meh, so whereas Ret interests me more. I mean, it's not like Resto Druid in the sense that like you're constantly doing hots, but it is kind of like Resto Druid in the sense that you are always pressing like either a spell that's building up to a big moment or the big moment spell, because it's a builder spender class, so you have a different resource that you have to build up that resource by casting your smaller spells, and then you can cash them in on a bigger spell. So just like how Resto Druid will use its downtime to press Rejuve, as a Holy Paladin, you're also kind of always doing things because you're either, if it is downtime, you just want to try to be topping up your resource. That way you can spend it when the time comes. You know what I mean? So for example, if you're like fighting a mob, everyone's at full health. You don't have like a hot that you can apply, but what you can do is throw your Judgment, or use a Holy Shock for damage, or use a Holy Shock to top up that last little bit of someone's health bar. Those are your builders, and in that way, once someone does take big damage, you can Word of Glory them, which is a big spender shock heal. Things like that, you know what I mean? So it's not like it's not quite to the level of Resto Druid where you're like always doing something to progress your healing, but it kind of is in a way. Like it's like a second-hand way, right? Hi, I've been oh my gosh, my throat just imploded. I'm sorry, Cremavili. What's up, Cremavili? Hi, I've been enjoying your videos. You're using Rushing Wind Kick with Chi-Chi, is it good? There is a Rushing Wind Kick build. I think that build runs Yulon. That actually put up some pretty good results on the beta. Even like, you know, this was in its final iteration. The reason why I'm running Rushing Wind Kick right now is because these leveling dungeons are very easy to heal, and or at least they are with my tuning. Oh, I just pressed GG. What an idiot. So my build is literally every talent that gives me movement speed and every talent that gives me more damage. So instead of taking Jadefire Teachings, I took Rushing Wind Kick because it gives me more damage. So there's nothing in my build right now that I would say, like, don't look at my build and be like, oh, this is what I should take in a end game dungeon. No, I'm just trying to get through these things as fast as possible, contribute as much damage. So, but the good thing is, like, Rushing Wind Kick does a lot of damage. So I think that's why people like that Rushing Wind Kick build. To me, it's a little harder to heal because you are, like, either healing or doing damage for the most part. But you see here, like, I'm playing Morning Breeze and Rushing Wind Kick. So if you watch just then, I Rushing Wind Kicked and then Thunder Focus Teed to immediately reset the cooldown. This guy went way out. But, like, I'm just trying to spam as many Rushing Wind Kicks as possible and then spin an AoE. Like, I'm playing brain off Mistweaver right now. Yeah, just trying to get as many kicks off as possible. I had some normals where I was actually sweating. I know, right? I feel like for me, it's just fun to actually appear on the damage meters again, which is only like a this week thing, right? Like next week, all the DPS are going to outscale us like crazy. But like this week, I'm actually having fun. Like, look, I'm out DPSing a DPS player, which sure, he's probably new to that spec, but it's whatever. I'm going to take the wins, right? But for me, it's like so fun to actually be on the damage meters that like I'm actually trying hard in these little normal keys, but it's keeping me like entertained, right? So, no, we almost did it. She might die to dot damage. Or maybe we just take the portal and just go and touch a death or touch a death's down. No, she's dead to dot damage. We just need the wave to go off, and then we can just go kick her. Yeah. Do I need this? I don't know. I don't know if I need that, so I'm just gonna pass. All right. Easy breezy. We're level 85. We're blasting the levels. Hit level 86 and you get another dungeon option from 88. Can you chill? From 88, dungeon spread goes wide, but the scaling makes it harder to heal. That's what someone else was saying earlier. Is once I hit level 88, then to go and do delves. So yeah, so what I guess I'm gonna do is I could quest to level 86. That way we just keep it like different, right? And then we can do some different dungeons, and then do 86 to 88 through dungeons, and then we can finish off with delves or questing, whichever I prefer. Was it in early? Oh no, you're totally fine, Fluffs. You were totally. Can this guy just like leave me alone? Goodness gracious, chasing me around. And we have a talent point that I could spend. I feel like we don't really get anything from it. Do we have Jade Walk yet? I do. Maybe just Wind Walking, get 4% movement speed. It's not nothing. That's why people are saving the turn-in of all 8 delve quests until you're 88. Ah, okay. I think I've already turned in one of them. But I mean, that's fine, right? That's not that backbreaking. That is smart. Okay, I'll do that for now. But I guess my plan is to just go and do delves at level 88. So I've only done like 2 delves, maybe I've turned in 2. I don't know. Turn on war mode, then fly around and turn them in. Okay, so once I hit level 88, I'll turn on war mode. You mean fly around to like discover new places and stuff?
With Almhara's grace, the Almdust will protect.
Oena, it is good to see you back. To see you well.
And you. I hope.
Alright. Alm dust used on the afflicted. Where are the afflicted? I don't know, but I see a chest. Nice. Okay. Oh, I also had a BOE drop for me. And it's a bow. Oh, what? It was a BOE yesterday. Now it's saying it's soulbound. That's corny. I should have gone straight to the auction house. I feel like maybe it was like bugged or something. But I was like stoked. I don't know. I was very excited. Okay, let's look for these notes. Where you at? Just gotta read this. Okay. If we search his town, I don't see anything. This looks like a clue, right? God, I'd be such a bad, like, crime scene investigator. Maybe it's in his house, yeah. Let's see. I did all 8 delves early on, but then didn't turn in the quest. Once I hit 88, I'll turn on war mode to get the XP buff, then fly to the different zones to turn all 8 quests in. Yeah, that is the play. That is the play. Okay, so we need more clues. I think I see one. Alright, clue number 2. The thing is, whenever the zone that you're questing in is like shaped weirdly, whenever it just like randomly juts out to a point, usually it's because there's something at that point. Like, see here, why would they shape it unless there's something at this very point, right? Alright. But I will say this new zone is beautiful. It does kind of remind me of, was it Zareth Mortis? I feel like Zareth Mortis is what I'm thinking of. That one zone that, like, we all had to quest in, like, kind of in the maw. I don't know why this zone kind of reminds me of that, but I think it's just, like, the ashiness. Like, the smoky air, kind of. Yeah, that sounds really smart to save those.
Listen to the roots.
Can you make Hairneer characters yet?
And be safe.
Like, don't you unlock it from like somewhere in this quest line? Maybe I would guess, or how do you get that?
I listen as the wild will.
Ugh, man, the offset little badge is so distracting. No, you get it in 5 hours. Ah, okay. Maybe it was Korthia. What was Zareth Mortis? Unlocked if you finish the campaign. Ah, okay. Maybe Korthia was right. It opens tomorrow. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, she gone. Her bow's there, though. I'll pick that up. That's a transmog.
You hail from above. Striking at individual blooms is not enough. We'll need
Ooh,
to
our
take
gear is
drastic
getting
action.
close to my level. 165. That's very close. We're about to start getting upgrades.
Emerson's light would wreak such havoc in Harendar.
Guys, so a couple months back, I was just going through my basement and I found like, so I don't have all of my old Pokemon cards. Unfortunately, my dad sold a lot of them, but But I do have some of them. And man, I was going through some of them yesterday. There's some pretty good ones in there. Not like super great, but some pretty cool. Why am I still on this thing? What do I need to do? Shield destroyed. Aha. Aha, I see. Well, I'm just flinging bombs at things. Without even thinking. I feel like there's something in my eye, man. It's going crazy. Alright. 2 more. Dude, reading the quest is such a broken thing. Like, why don't I just do that? Every time.
You have found me. Let nature take its course. You have come far, stranger. Speak to me.
Let's see. Korthia was more gloomy, like the mall. Zareth was bright and green sand. Is Zareth Mortis the one that had, like... You could fish for, like, this cool mount... there's like that big sand time area like off to the left. Zareth Mortis was Sanctum of Domination tier, right? No. Hold on. Zareth Mortis was something of the first ones. Something, what was it of the first ones? Guardian of the first, no. What was it? What the heck? Yeah, okay. But I'm on the right page. That was Anduin tier, and... Yeah, okay. There's a shipwreck. Oh, I can fish that, right? Can you get... Oh, I guess is this like housing supplies, or what do you get from this? Like barrel, like wood and... floating in the water. This should give you decor. Right? Decor or just like... I guess recipes checks out too. Huh. Sepulcher! Thank you, famous when dead. Thank you. It should be famous when alive. I appreciate it. That would have eaten me alive. Yeah, Korthia. That's kind of what this this zone kind of reminds me of for some reason. Okay. Sorry, my curiosity makes me want to fish these things if I haven't seen them before. Where is it? It's above me. Ah, okay. I was like, wait, I don't see anything. But I see it on the map. Okay, we need to kill some things too, so... Get over here. Nice. So I have... some like very light ambiance Skyrim music playing in my ear. And while it's great and all, I would love to hear the music of this zone. But I talked about it the other day. The reason why I don't play music, like even end-game music on stream, or in-game music on my stream, is because they've even tried to... The producers of that song or whatever tried to strike my my stream just because I played some in-game music. So I can't do that. As much as I would like to. I would love to hear the sounds of this zone. But what I probably will end up doing is like one day when I go and edit, I'll probably just like look up WoW Midnight sounds or something. Recipes or mods. Ah, gotcha. Alright. Where is it? Oh, did I get it? Must have gotten it. What the heck? It's up there. Where you at? Ah, someone got it. Dang. I see something on the map, but I cannot see for the life of me. Do I just have to kill this guy? Sap Weaver. Okay, yeah, I do have to kill this guy. Okay. Need one more of them killed. There's also something else I need to grab here. Is it above me again? It is. Okay. There it is. Okay. Is that a chest? No, it's not. But there is a chest on the map. Dude, I get so distracted by the map. See what I mean? I get so distracted. I'm just trying to quest. I see anything that shines, and I'm like, gotta go to the light. Okay, this will be my last sap weaver. Ooh, goodness. Did you notice how the moment you hit 81, your set bonus or on gear stopped working? The cloak still works. No, I didn't. I've noticed the cloak working. Just because when I AFK, I still am at like the top of the healing meters. But I have not noticed the tier set stop working. That's crazy. Alright, we need to kill some things, and I need these spreaders destroyed. Come on, spreaders. Where you at? There's one. Two more. Bless you. Thank you, Dog Watch. I appreciate it. Oh. Yeah, we're right at the start of my allergy season. They're kicking off and they're killing me. I have to start taking some allergy pills. I'm like that cliche kid, like that was in the show. Do you remember if you watched the show Zoe 101? There's this one kid that just sneezed all the time. No, wait, or was that iCarly? One of those shows. Just a kid that sneezed all the time. I'm like that kid, unfortunately. I am allergy boy. Okay, one last spreader, then we can kill things. Come on. They're by the water. Come on, where's this last one? Oh my goodness, where's this last one? Aha, I think this is it. Yes, okay, this is it. And then we just need to kill things. Does anything count? Let's get to like a heavily populated area. Let's try to kill it all in one pool. There are no heavily populated areas. Oh my goodness, okay. Alright. Is this 40% worth? Probably not. Honestly, it was. Okay. Very nice. Hey, I think that was a BOE too. Also new to the channel, really loving your dungeon guide series for midnight. Hey, I appreciate it. The Camp Goose. I appreciate you so much. They take a lot of time. They really do. And there's been a lot of grinding to get to know all the mechanics. So it's been like a months long process. So I appreciate your kind words. They really do mean a lot. Let's see. I really wish they would expand the dungeon compendium to important trash mod. Yeah, they should. They really should. At least like the mini bosses. Like, I don't know. Okay, let's queue up for a dungeon because also we'll get extra stuff. So yeah, we're queuing up for a dungeon. Many cool abilities, but I have trouble reading it before I have to dispel it or it runs out. Yeah, true. Like if you get a dot and you're just like, I want to see, or not a dot, but if you get like a debuff and you're like, I want to see if this is a dot or if it like is silencing them or if it's a polymorph or something. Like I want to see what this does. You just can't. Like a lot of times, like yeah, it just fades before you can click on it or hover over it. All right, I'm gonna switch up the music. This peaceful Skyrim soundtrack is great and all, but when you pair it with the allergies, it's like weighing down my eyes. Trying to find a playlist. I click on one. The most cringe sound I've ever heard comes on. Yeah, we're clicking off that one. That's not the playlist. Okay, this one has what it takes. Alright, dungeon queue. We need to find a tank friend so we can slam these queues. But meanwhile, we can be flying.
Orwenna, champion. Thank goodness. Eversong is in danger. Maybe.
I am ready. What happens if I get a Q pop while we're playing this movie?
Shaladrisil's roots still stand.
How?
The alm dust. But we need more. The surface needs...
No, we will not leave our home defenseless.
We can gather more.
We cannot risk our people for outsiders.
Some branches can burn. Our calling is to protect the roots.
The last time I left, it was about my calling. This time, it is about my friends. And I will protect them, with or without...
I really want this form. You said it's a travel form. I'm like struggling to see how it's a travel form, but I'm guessing like, does it have like webs, like webbed armpits, I guess, to make like little wings? That is true. They usually don't take too long.
I shall watch for you. Without the alm
Take the
dust,
emergency
it
route
faces
way.
a grim task.
Yes, sir.
Steel yourself.
Curious to see an M plus caster build video. If you are making one, it seems more viable. That it definitely is more viable than it has been in the past, for sure. So the thing is, like, there's two builds that people are calling the caster builds. I like to specify between I personally say the rushing wind kick or the Sith build, but I like to say like the rushing wind kick or the
Lend your song to her.
yeah, I just say rushing wind kick or Sith is kind of what I say. But they're both kind of like what we used to call caster. It's just like it's splintering, right? That's why like I think it's better to be more specific. I don't know, but definitely the rushing wind kick build is really good. The Sith build is honestly like our third best build, but that's like not that bad. Like it's still not a bad thing, right? But eventually I'll get to it eventually. Yo, is this Maya Sara? Wait, did we unlock Maya Sara Caverns? Hey, yo, I didn't know it was... Yeah, Russian... I used to call it the hybrid build, for sure. Like, I used to... I don't know, I've gotten flamed so many times for what I call things, but I used to call it, like, you had the caster, then you had the hybrid. And this is kind of like the new version of the hybrid, for sure. But someone was, like, getting it... Someone got into, like, this, like, argument with me in a comment where I was talking about this, like, Sith build. I was calling it the caster build or whatever. This was in a video. And they comment, they're like, actually, this build is, like, doing this and this and this. I was like, no, I mean, that's the Russian wind kick build. Like, I know what you're talking about. Like, that's not the build I'm talking about. And they just, like, kept arguing. I'm like, we're literally talking about two different builds. Ugh. I don't know, man. It's just confusing. But when I do inevitably make a guide or a walkthrough about how to play those builds, I'll, like, be very specific and be like, this build is the one that I'm talking about today. Like, not this build. Blah, blah, blah. You know?
He be the one bringing my people here.
Russian wind kick is the build we used in Raid and the War Within. Yeah, it's very similar. It's very similar. You saw that? Yeah, Fluffs, I know. I feel like you were championing for me in the comments there. I was like, dude, what are you on about? And then we finally came to the realization that they were talking about a completely different build. Like, I don't know. They were just being ridiculous, if I'm being honest. We are in the Maya Sara Caverns. I really do like this dungeon. The problem is, I don't know how this dungeon's going to be with pugs.
Who be stealing my kill? Who be letting alive these little kittens go?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's not letting me throw it. I was just like sitting there still for like ever. Unrelated, I agree with Brewmaster questing. Pull all the things you need to kill in one go. Yeah, I mean, that's why everyone keeps telling me to swap to Brewmaster, but I know I can do that as Mistweaver anyways. You know what I mean? I feel like Mistweaver and Brewmaster both fill that. I mean, Brewmaster it's a lot easier, and I do think you do, like, slightly better AoE. Not slightly, you do better AoE. But I don't know, I prefer doing it as Mistweaver. Yeah, no one attacks you in PvP ever. I feel like people should also dodge you as a Mistweaver, right? Because isn't Mistweaver just, like, so good in PvP? Bro, that's why I did it. When you have PvP turned on, no one messes with you. That is nice, I guess. I know people were saying yesterday that, or not yesterday, the other day, that PvP, like world PvP, is like crazy right now to avoid it at all costs. Ooh, a Hex Guardian. Okay. All right.
What does my eagle spy with her shiny eye?
Let's go, Mr. Tank. Carry us to victory.
But you won't take my prey.
So far, it feels like Maya Sara is a really slow leveling dungeon, but also, like, I'm noticing we're pulling, like, one pack at a time. Okay, now we're going. Now we're going. What would happen if I just, like, shot a Jade Lightning there? What if I just did it, like, so quick? Shaman! What the heck? That was a chain lightning from the shaman, dude. That's great. No, I'm kidding. I never like to do that, but I just know that this pack will not do damage to us, so. And the more targets I have to hit, the more we're going to heal, so. We are fine. No, I never like to pull and everything. I was just doing it this one pull because I literally know that no one's going to take damage. So it's just to speed things up. But yeah, no, that is a very big jerk move. I don't do that typically. It was one of those things that I just like looked at that mob and it looked at me weirdly. I was like, I need to pull you. I need to grab you. But look, if they type at me, I'm just be like, I saw the shaman do it, you know? No, I'm totally kidding. That is the good thing about having lightning. Also, I have mine glyphed. I could be like, no, my lightning is green. I'm a Mistweaver monk. That was red lightning. That had to either be grip from the DK or a chain lightning from the shaman. Can I like right click my glyph like all of a sudden to like change how it looks? If I were to ever be called out for my red lightning, could it be like, no, I don't have red lightning, I have green, see? And then like I channel a green lightning. That'd be pretty cool. Freeze! It'd be so fun to voice act for this game. Shaman's like, I'm just gonna hang out in here for a bit. Dude, I'm actually really excited for this dungeon pool. I think it's gonna be a fun season. I definitely think I enjoy having both Tazaveshes in a season a lot because those are just like they're fun but easy dungeons, right? So I did like last season, but like I'm very excited to see like Dawnbreaker go. So excited to see what was that stupid dungeon called? Priory? Oh my gosh, I'd already wiped it from my brain. Yeah, so excited to see Priory go. Pretty excited to see Floodgate go. Empowered Jade Lightning also still is bugged and jumps to mobs that are not in combat. Yikes. Which is the main reason I don't play Sith right now. I really hated, so like I was trying to just like play that build and have fun with it. Oh, no, it wasn't even that build. It was just the basic build of Mistweaver last season. But for so long, Jade Empowerment or Empowered Jade Lightning was bugged, and you like whenever you'd pull, you know in Dawnbreaker, you go to the church, but then you fly across and you fight that mini boss like in front of that house. It was that mini boss. There were all those little dummies and like eggs around, and you would just chain to those and pull mobs and stuff. Like, that was so annoying. Yeah, I am very happy to see Dawnbreaker go. I swear. I feel like if I would have fallen through that ship one more time, I would have crashed out. Like, heavy crash out. Dumb question. Is it called Sith in reference to Sith Inquisitor? Because of the lightning? Look, I'm not going to lie. Don't know what Sith Inquisitor is. But I think you're right. I think, based on context. So the reason why I was like, I want to call it Sith Weaver is, one, it flows, right? It comes out of the mouth. It makes sense. But the reason why I called it Sith Weaver is because, like, you know, the Sith Lords in Star Wars have their, like, lightning. You know, you think of, like, Emperor Palpatine has his like lightning, you know. That's why I called it Sith weaving, because it's like you're a member of the Sith, right? Like Star Wars. Okay, so that is the same thing. Okay, Sith Inquisitor, I'm guessing is. I guess we are talking about the same thing. I don't know. I don't know what the Sith Inquisitor is though. He is an Inquisitor. Okay, gotcha. That's what I was saying. Like with context, I feel like we're talking about the same thing, but yeah, that's why I started calling it that, because I was like, it makes sense, right? And Sith Weaver, Mist Weaver, like I don't know. Like we could have called it like. I can't even think of a name that's as accurate. I can't. Yeah. We're on the same page. Same page, different book. No. I am just same page, different reading level. How about that? I just use my Tiger's Lust. Hopefully no one... Well, there we go. So I say, hopefully no one gets rooted. Tank instantly gets rooted. Gotcha, appreciate it. See, like I've seen all the Star Wars movies at one point in my life, but what that means is I've watched those movies when I was like a kid being babysat. Like I can specifically see like it was when I was being babysat with my siblings at this one person's house. Like I know that was when the only time I've watched, maybe not the only time, but like at least the first time I've watched I think it was the OG trio. So yeah, I definitely need to touch up on my Star Wars. One thing though, when I was in middle school, I got hooked on the show The Clone Wars, that like animated TV show. Oh my goodness, that show is fantastic. I want to go back and like watch it now that I'm an adult, but that show is so good. Like the story was very engaging. For like a spin-off of Star Wars, I feel like that was like even more interesting than the story of Star Wars. Like, I don't know. I don't want to go that far, but man, that show is so good. Yeah, very good show. The last season, see, I don't think I ever went. I don't think I made it that far. It was like as I was a kid, and back then, like you know, we didn't have TiVo or anything. So it was literally like I would get home from school, I would watch Xiaolin Showdown while I did my homework. I would watch Ben 10 while I did my homework, and then I was done with my homework. I would watch Clone Wars, and then by that time I'd have to get ready for like whatever practice I had that season. So I would just binge those three shows. So whatever episode came on, for the most part, they would play them in a sequence for a bit, but then they would like randomize it. Like I don't know. It was so hard to watch TV back then. You had to like catch the episode. See, I've never seen them in a sequence. I also don't think I started from the beginning. I just like watched at random points. But yeah, that show is fantastic. Alright, let's see. Does anyone get one shot?
Your soul be forfeit. This affliction hit hard. Go, make them suffer.
Yeah, the shaman walked into his. The shaman's just going around eating all of them. Honestly, what a gamer. Like, you can't do that in Mythic Plus, but I guess you can do it in this level. He's like, I don't even want to deal with this mechanic, I'm just going to eat it. What does it do to you? He has some kind of debuff on. What is that?
You gonna be tormented from beyond the grave.
I don't even know. Yeah, there are like so many shows like that that weren't the original, but that were really good. Like Clone Wars was so good. Also, I never watched like real Dragon Ball, but Dragon Ball Z Kai, which was just like that was like one where Dragon Ball had been out for a long time, and they made Dragon Ball Z Kai, which was literally just like it was basically Dragon Ball but without the filler. Like it was so sped up, and that it was so good. Like you got like all the context you needed. You just didn't get like all the filler and stuff. Like that was a great way to watch, to catch up on what's happened in Dragon Ball. You know. It was more of a fill in the gaps than a spin-off. Oh, okay. So it was like a supplementary show, kind of. I would still call that a spin-off, personally. But I see why you wouldn't. Hey, speaking of spin-off, I would be any of you guys in a spin-off. Look at this. Look at this spin. Unbeatable. Unmatched. LB Ninja 7. That's the tattoo I'm getting. That's my brand. If I ever had like a Nike-style commercial, that's what I'm saying. Oh my goodness, my allergies are eating me alive from the inside. It's crazy.
Be careful. He seems powerful and unstable.
Yeah, that does like no damage. The final episodes of that show are up there with Indoor for the best Star Wars content ever, maybe. Interesting. Yeah, definitely need to go back and like rewatch the show. I just remember like the whole like how that show did like General Grievous was so cool. Like he was so cool in that show because they can animate him much better than they can like CGI him. You know what I mean? OMG, if you ever want a good laugh, go watch the intro song to Dragon Ball Z in English. Then listen to the French one. Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind. Also, Zenelia, I remember you are French, right? Like, do you play this game in French or do you play it in English? I'm curious because the reason why I ask is because I saw on Reddit a lot of players who are French are very upset because the list of names, like if you beat the campaign, the list of names that it showed in The War Within, which were the French voice actors, was like 20 names, right? They had a lot of voice actors, but then the list was like 5 for Midnight. Like they cut down on their French voice acting a lot. So I'm curious if you you play in English. Ah, okay. I just know I saw a Reddit post and like people were like actually really upset about that. They were like, yeah, like every character had the same voice. All right, I want to stack with people. It's go time. I'm excited for the new animated Darth Maul series with Sam Witwer. I haven't seen anything about that. That's crazy. I got rooted. Oops. Haven't seen anything about that. But yeah, I feel like before I watch whatever show is coming out, the Darth Maul one, I would definitely go back and watch the Clone Wars, because God, that show was so awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with the Blizz voice actors because their terms including clauses where they can train AI voices with them. Ah, okay. So like a lot of like voice actors probably backed out and stuff because of that, I'm guessing. That does make sense. I mean, I definitely wouldn't want AI to train off my voice if I were a voice actor. I feel like that's like that's definitely one of those, like a job that you would not want to train off of. Just because that is like, then you could just have anyone can use your voice. I mean, I don't know. That's a weird one for sure. But yeah, if I were a voice actor, I would probably not do that as well. That checks out. Alright, what level are we? Still 85. We're close, though. We're almost 86. Let me get more dungeons. God, this song is so bad. I feel like it's just minions singing. It's like minions singing with a beat drop. It's... I have to skip ahead. I wouldn't agree to that either. AI is ruining art. Yeah, it's specifically like art. Like, obviously, AI is like kind of ruining like schooling too. Like, you see, I saw a TikTok the other day that was like this teacher who teaches, you know, high school students, and he had them all write an essay. It was like a short essay, but in his prompt, he was like, he like snuck in the, like, make sure and mention it, or he snuck in something to where AI would emphasize something, and it did. So everyone who plugged in the prompt to AI, to like ChatGPT or whatever, turned in like almost the same exact essay. So basically, like, every single essay that started off with the first sentence mentioning that it was 6 a.m. I think he said like also if you're using ChatGPT, like, you mention 6 a.m. in your first sentence. So then he like read all the first sentences of all the essays. They all mentioned 6 a.m. Like, I don't know. It's just like, dang, kids like aren't even writing essays anymore. That's crazy. How do you level with dungeons? I've never done it before. So you do the random dungeon finder because you get 75 k XP for finishing the dungeon, and then you just like speed run them. The faster you can do them, the faster you level. It's like, it can be faster than questing, I think, but also questing, I'm pretty sure questing could be optimized more. Like, you can speed run these dungeons. Some of these dungeons, like Murder Row, are a lot less fast, right? Like, if you get Windrunner, you can just blaze through it. Pull like every mob at once. But it does significantly slow down if you get a group that like pulls very small, you know. Yeah, you specifically have to queue an LFG because that's how you get the XP. If you were to go and say like specify a dungeon, like if I was like, well, I really want to run Windrunner, you can't specify like, you can't do specific dungeon because then you don't get that end of dungeon XP. But I like it. I've spent most of my leveling time leveling through dungeons, and even like when it slows down a bit, like sometimes it takes like multiple dungeons to get a level and stuff. As you get to the higher levels, like it kind of slows down a bit, but usually that's when I take the time to like go and do some quests and stuff, or just like run around and do other things, you know. I've never been someone who likes to like rush the leveling process. I don't really care how long it takes me. At the end of the day, I just care about getting through it. It is crazy though that some of you guys have like many level 90s. That's insane. I mean, I wish I do wish I was able to play a lot this week. Just was not. Get an LFG, run them, get roughly 35% experience, repeat. Don't requeue after the dungeon with the people, because you will not get the bonus XP, which is your main goal. Oh, I didn't know that. Sometimes I queue with the same people. Shows how little I optimize it, right? But I mean, it's quick enough, right? Also, you can kind of like read chat and just spam spinning crank kick sometimes, which is great, right? 10/31/2027, Ninja reaches level 88. He doesn't care how long leveling takes. Okay. Alright, Fluffs, I see you. Oh man, live long enough to see yourself become the enemy, Fluffs. And by that time, when you become the enemy, I'll become level 90, so... yeah. But I didn't know that, Zenelia. That is pretty odd. I feel like voice acting is just one of those things that you want to protect the voice actors. You don't want to like risk their job security by training AI to have their voice, right? Like that's, I don't know. I don't know. Also, like Blizzard has had a contract with Matt Mercer, right? Didn't Matt Mercer do Cassidy or used to be McCree on Overwatch? They could get some like big name voice. I mean, they do. Like, I'm not complaining about the voice acting in English. Like, the voice acting so far has been fantastic this tier. So I guess I'm not. I guess they do have the big names, right? But I'm just saying, like, dude, get us Matt Mercer. That'd be sick. That Argerude video was great, man. Hey, I appreciate that, basically. Reminded me of the Mistweaver Monk vid you did like that. And Dragonflight, that got me hooked on Mistweaver. That is awesome. I definitely do want to make one for all the healers. And I'm trying to go in an order of what I've seen people request. I think Holy Paladin is... Holy Paladin's definitely the next most requested. So I feel like my next one's going to be Holy Paladin. But I do want to make one as well for Mistweaver. My question to you guys, though... He's Illidan. Oh, I didn't know that. What? Hold on, let me look up an Illidan clip. What? I did not know. See, I didn't play back in, I didn't play in, what was it, Legion or whatever? Burning Crusade? Oh my god. The Burning Crusade. Don't quote me. I don't know what, I don't know what tier was the Legion, or, oh my gosh, was the Illidan tier. Don't. Just don't. Spare me for that. Okay. But I need to look this up. Illidan. Wow. I want like a good Illidan clip.
Remain on guard.
I did not know that. That is awesome. Oh, I'm not wearing a disguise. Oops.
And find the goods. Beware of threats unseen.
I've never heard Illidan talk.
I'm out of range.
I'm listening to it. Sorry, guys.
Glory to the Sindora.
I mean, I kind of hear it. Oh, I hear it for sure now. I definitely heard like the deep voice of his. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. That is awesome. Burning Crusade. There we go. Black Temple. I appreciate it. I didn't play back then, so I don't know. I've done Black Temple because it was like one of the time walking raids that we had to do last year for like a heroic piece or something. So I did that on like all my alts. I just didn't know what it came from. Let's feed these people a steak. See, a lot of people want cheese. Who wants steak? Anyone? Guys, come on. It's that fresh, what, like Kobe beef? You can only get it here. Okay, can I put down the steak? Dude, these people are thirsty and want cheese. What the heck? Okay, whatever. Both were fine. Illidan was boss in Burning Crusade as semi-good guy in Legion. Ah, okay. Yeah, he kind of gave us like the Sylvanas treatment, right? Like, from how I understood it, is like he fought alongside us, but not because we had common goals. But yeah, like I said, I did not play back then, so I don't really know. Look at my chef hat, dude. This is a transmog. Dude, this Demon Hunter just did so much damage. What the heck? I'd like a Tauren medium. That is crazy. You know, yeah, us feeding these people steaks in a world where Taurens exist is kind of messed up. It reminds me of there's like a classic argument with like Pokemon fans. Like, do people eat Pokemon? And yeah, it's confirmed that evil people do. Like, in like Pokemon Gold and Silver and Crystal, the Team Rocket people are trying to buy or was it this one? I think it was Gold, Silver, and Crystal. The Team Rocket people are trying to sell like Slowpoke tail, so like yeah, they eat it as sushi, right? Which is crazy. But like the classic question is like, we drink Moo Moo milk. Like Moo Moo milk is an item, and it's from Miltanks, the Pokemon Miltank. But do people eat steak? Like in the show, there's been people eating a steak. Was that a real cow, or was that a Miltank that people are eating? And then people are like, well, in the show, it's also shown real life cow. Like it's shown our world's version of cows before. So like, surely it's them, but it's like, yeah, but we barely see them. Like, so it's this classic like argument, like, do people in Pokemon eat Pokemon? But here it's like, do they eat Tauren? Like, where do we get our meat? Like, how many of our playable characters do you think have tried Murloc sushi?
You really think it would be this simple?
Surely that's a thing in this world, right? But I guess like chicken, like, but how much more moral is it to eat a chicken than a Murloc? They're both like sentient beings, right? Just one can communicate with his fellow Murlocs better. I don't know. That's crazy. I've never thought about that. That's crazy. Because we do fish. And you can skin like random beasts and stuff. Okay, hold on. I don't know. I guess Murlocs are more of a person, right? I don't know. I'm too new to this game to know the lore of Murlocs. That's crazy. We need to get this thing over here. Maybe Murloc Sushi's pushing it, but like some of the evil people have eaten some of the more animal-like races. Like, I don't want to say it, but somewhere in the mists, there's some evil going on. That's crazy. I can't. Yeah. So my wife last night, we were talking like, I don't know how we got on this, but I was like, I bet I could name all the capitals of states. And she was like, no, you can't. Like, you definitely cannot. I was like, I don't know. Like, maybe I could get close and stuff. Spoiler alert, I got 24 in the first round. She like went through alphabetically the states, and I would like name some of the capitals. I only got 24 in the first round, but ended up getting like, I got a lot more over time. It just took me so long. I could not fall asleep last night because I was like, what is it? And there were some that like I knew, but I just could not think of them. I mean, humans have fox hunters in Western Plague Lands. As a Volpera, I'm not going near that place. Yeah, true. Honestly. Oh my gosh, Marcel. Kentucky Fried Moonkin is crazy. Kentucky Fried Moonkin. Yikes. Would it not still be chicken? Kentucky? What? Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's crazy. I would eat there, though, shamelessly. I'm sorry. I would eat there shamelessly. That's crazy. Legion Axe. I mean, like, maybe this is just proving that I would be a bad guy in this universe. But my first thought, I'm so sorry, Fluffs, is like if you had a Mistweaver Volpera and just say that you were someone who hunted Volpera, right? I'm not saying you should, I'm just saying say that you were that person. And you saw a Mistweaver Volpera. Surely there's like some magic in their hands, right? Would that, like, what would that taste like? Sorry. Anyways, Noob Druid 3805 says Midnight worth coming back for. Honestly, so far it's like we're not really seeing the meat of what Midnight is, but if you were to ask me, the dungeon pool is fantastic this next season. The game has like absolutely landed on its feet in terms of like how like the UI is and stuff. I think it's fine, you know. And honestly, like the gameplay of each spec that I've played has been really fun in Midnight. Like it's simplified to a point where you get to focus on what's fun, you know. So if you were to ask me based on what I've seen from the beta, I would absolutely say yes. I also think the raid bosses are pretty cool. But yeah, like I said, like if you're asking about like specifically like the pre-release or whatever, we don't really see too much yet. This is just like leveling our characters, but the new zones, the storyline, all of it's beautiful. Like, I like it so far. I'm having fun. So I would personally recommend. Okay, LB Ninja, sir, if it's okay with you, I'd rather... I'll allow it. Or actually, I'll disallow it. Whatever it means. I think this guy forgot to eat lunch. All this talk about... Not people... Okay, yeah, maybe... Yeah, we'll get off of that. We'll get off of that, because I guess that is too close. No. But I did eat lunch. I had a sandwich. It was a good sandwich, too. It was a very good sandwich. I even toasted it. Pretty good. Pretty good. No, it's this dungeon. This dungeon has like a mechanic where you like eat. And then it was Fluffs. You started it. You said Torin steak. Oh, man. But if you think about it, Torin druids are the perfect... Oh my gosh, we're still... Beef, chicken, fish, even if you want to... Oh my god. Oh, man. I don't condone. I don't condone. Bah. A toasted meal tank sandwich. That's what I was saying earlier. See, Brother Bear's heard the whole, like, Pokemon thing, I'm sure. Ooh, okay, so just since I keep yapping about random stuff, right? The other day I mentioned how I've recently gotten into I've basically fallen into the Pokemon card game just because it's like basically free to play. It's so cheap compared to Magic. And it's a lot of fun. Honestly, like I'm currently preferring it more just because it's like, it's really fun. My favorite Pokemon is Metagross. Yeah, nothing crazy. Just the Pokemon thing. Yeah. But so Metagross is my favorite Pokemon. But the problem is, like, one thing that's like kind of a joke is like Metagross is such an awesome Pokemon. But in the card game, they've like never made one that's like really good. They kind of did. There was one that was like a B tier deck, but that's like kind of the closest, right? But there's never been like a good Metagross. Whereas, like, Pokemon like Alakazam, there's been, like, 12 good Alakazams, right? In Gardevoir, there's been, like, at least 3 in the past, like, 5 years. So, like, but Metagross never gets the, you know, the time of light. Well, when the format rotates coming up, Metagross is going to be, like, actually kind of good. Not, like, great still. It's still not going to be, like, the top tier or great. But I'm thinking I just force it. Like, I just want to play Metagross, you know what I mean? It's like playing Mistweaver. I just want to play my favorite thing. I think that'd be fun. But the Metagross card is really cool. The problem is, like, they never give him a good attack. It's always like, he'll have, like, this good effect, but, like, his attack sucks. Like, why can't the boy hit hard? He's huge. He's a big metal giant. Like, makes no sense. Hey, we're level 86. Sorry. Okay. I'm talking about everything but WoW here. So we get a point in our hero tree. Let's leave the instance. And then we're vibing. Oh, goodness. My allergies like way down my eyes. They didn't make him a mega card. So a while back they did make a mega Metagross, and that's like the one Metagross that I would say is like, that was like good, I guess. But it wasn't even like great. It was just like fine. But the one that they made recently, so it's weird. So there's like Metagross, and then there's Steven's Metagross, and the trick to those is like you have to evolve a Steven's Beldum into a Steven's Metang into a Steven's Metagross. So you have to play that whole line in your deck. Let me queue up for another dungeon. Which is, it's weird, but the how he works is like every turn you can use his ability to like get 2 energy from your deck and put him on a Pokemon. So he's really strong once you get him out to like charge up an attacker. The problem is though is that he can only charge up other steel Pokemon, or like himself, other steel Pokemon, or other psychic Pokemon. So you can't like put energy on like a fire type attacker, which the reason why that sucks is because you're very like psychic and steel don't have like the best attackers, you know? So it's like hard to make a deck around. It's hard to find good attackers to put that energy on, which is the big downside. And he himself like has an okay attack, but he's kind of like a hybrid, like he's like a really good support thing. Like you want him just sitting there on your field as long as possible. And you want to use him to power up bigger attackers, but there just aren't that good, like, good things to power up, you know? But he's really cool, too. I swear, every stream where I'm just, like, mindlessly playing, I always end up talking about Pokemon in some way. I'm so sorry. But it is true. I do like Pokemon a lot. It's not like I'm, like, just this random thing. Alright, we are in a dungeon queue. Hopefully we get Windrunner again. Or Myasar. I feel like Myasar was pretty quick. On the beta, my Myasar Caverns key that I did on my monk, I timed it with like 12 minutes left. Like we timed to 15 with like crazy time left. So maybe either I had like a really stacked group and I just didn't know it, or I feel like that dungeon can go pretty quickly if played right. I think we did even have a death in that run. But yeah, there was like a Mega Metagross a while back. And that was like the best it's been. It was M Metagross EX. And even then, I'm reading it, that one wasn't even that good. And that's like the best one I can think of. But no, like this recent set where they had like a bunch of megas, they skipped Metagross, which is sad. But you can probably see behind me, I've found a shiny Metagross card here and I put it in the middle, which is awesome. Shiny Metagross is mostly the reason why I like Metagross. I think that one, it just looks way too cool. So I'm stoked about that. The card was like damaged. Like if you look at it, it's like bent and has like this bad like lump on it. But the person that was selling it for super cheap. So I was like, yeah, I don't care how bent it is. It's just gonna sit on my shelf. Like I don't need a mint condition one. All right, Ozzy Osbourne. Let's blast this dungeon. So we pulled. You can tell this tank is like very new to it. Probably just tanking. I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything. We're just gonna go at his pace. But He pulled 3 little mobs and popped like his biggest defensive, so we're just gonna take it as at his pace, let him like learn his spec and stuff, keep him topped up. This is a fun experience. I like this early part of the season because you just see like new players are enjoying it too. Nick, of course, Nick comes in and says flame him. No, no, but like I love like this is so cool. Like WoW is getting new players, and that's just cool in the year of 2026. So I want to do what I can to just let this person enjoy the game at their pace. You know, on flame him. That's the only way he'll learn. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. That's crazy because it's true. That's so funny. One of my guildmates opened a God pack, God Mega Gengar EX, and Mega Dragonite EX in it. Honestly, like Mega Dragonite in like the games or in its design is kind of tacky looking, but dude, the card is so pretty. Like has this like bubblegum like pink and blue, like very pretty card. So yeah, I'm definitely jealous of that. I have not been able to open any sets or any of the new stuff. I haven't opened a pack. The thing about the Pokemon card game is, you know, all the scalpers like chase these really expensive like fancy cards, so it makes all the other cards dirt cheap. So you can like literally like you could buy a Magic deck for multiple hundreds of dollars and it wouldn't even be like the best deck, right? But Pokemon, you could buy the best deck in the format for like, if you bought it at a bad rate, it's like $50, you know? Like, it's crazy how much cheaper it is. It's you feel like stealing when you play the game because everything in it's so cheap. But it's because of the scalpers. Like, there's so many Pokemon packs that are opened because like everyone wants them for their short and like all this stuff. And like, you know, you got the Logan Pauls in the world that want that like really expensive alt art thing. So they open like thousands of packs trying to get it. And that just makes a lot of like chaff. Like it just makes a lot of like random cards be out in the market, you know. That is awesome. Congrats to your guildmate. I want to see a picture. I want to see it. I haven't seen these cards in person, just online so far. And also I want to know how much they opened to get that, you know? Have I looked into Riftbound? No. I know, like, the local shop has it, and I've heard some people talking about it. Not, like, too much. I know people still, like, rave about the One Piece card game. They say that that's, like... People who play that game say it's just the most fun card game. I haven't really looked into it either, but I know Riftbound's, like, newer. I don't really know too much about it, though. Since I'm doing dungeons, should I just park myself in an inn so we get the rested XP, or does that like even contribute anything? Let's dip our weapon. Let's free this guy. We ready. It was his first pack. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That is insanity. I'm not gonna like lead. I'm just gonna wait on the tank to pull. Don't want to be that guy. Like I said, I think this tank is a newer player, or at least newer to tanking. So I'm just gonna let him do his thing. I'm not gonna let my want to rush this dungeon ruin his newer player experience if he is new. I don't like, we don't have that confirmed, but it's a good guess that he is. I think after this key, I'm going to say, like... Or, I say key. After this dungeon, I'm going to type, like, great tanking, GG, or something. Like, we got to give him that, like, that boost. If on the off chance that he is a newer player, we have to do that. Because, like, think of, like, the first time you heard someone say, like, great healing or something. Know the rest of XP buff stacks with time. You get 0.1 rested that does not compare to killing... one mob or mine 2 resources. Ah, okay. Look how small I am. I would think between dungeons I at least kill one mob, right? Is that what you're saying? Posted the pic in the Discord? Okay, let's check it out. Let's see it. Your guildie's first pack they opened. And a steel energy. That's how you know. Oh, is that a Flareon? What is that? Mega Imbor. That looks sick. Dude, that Gengar is nice. It has that like treatment of the text along. That looks so good. And he got a normal Mega Gengar. That's insanity. That's not just a God pack. That is the God pack, to be honest. But yeah, that Dragonite is so pretty. That's like my favorite Dragonite art. And then that Frostlass, the Mega Frostlass is really good too. Dude, that is the God pack. What is that? Fighting Spirit? Iris is fighting. I don't know what that card does, but it's a cool card. But yeah, that's some playable cards too. I know that Iona's Belly Bolt isn't that playable, but I think it should be. I think the deck you could build around it's pretty cool. I don't know. That's just a really good pack. Such cool cards. What is that one? The one in the middle. Mega Halucha. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the God pack. Yeah, they win. They just win. That's insanity. Oh, oops. I was AFK. That is an insane pack. I always say thanks for the group. Tank, you have a great pace. Keep it up. That's pretty good too. Are we in that? We are. Alright, I need to actually heal. Oops. Thing is, I'm not running Tranquility, so all these like 0-stack Shayloons are very slow. Come on, Ozzy. I was so shocked. Yeah, that's like... You can't... I don't think you could piece together a better God. I mean, you probably could. Like, replace the Iono's Belly Bolt with... I don't know, a freaking third Gengar, I guess. Like... But that's such a good pack. Like, so good. Like, that Scrafty... Scrafty's not a great card, or whatever that Pokemon's called. But that card is sick. Like, that is a really cool art of that card. Can we get behind one? Ah, you can. Very cool. I always thought, like, you had to be the ice block. Never been forced to try that before. Because, like, if you want one card to double up on, it's the Gengar. It's the Gengar or the Dragonite, right? I feel like Gengar's going to long-term be worth more. But I feel like right now, just because playability, I feel like it's not as playable as the other one. Hey, we finally... Our first upgrade of the season came at level 86. Huge upgrade. Not really. I think it's even... Because that was a crafted belt. I bet the crafted belt's even worth more, but... Who cares? We're going for item level. And 169. Can't be mad about that. A speed boost the tank.
This is hex magic, using the souls of the dead in powerful magic spells.
Yeah, that's a filthy pack. That's the kind of pack that you chase, right? Your guildie should not buy another pack. Ever. Just stop there. You're never going to beat that. So, like, just stop there. But I've never like wanted to grade a card. You know how you can send them in to get graded, and like if they grade high, like they're in great condition, they'll be worth more. I've never really had a card that I've been like, oh, that's worth grading. But I was recently looking through my cards from college. Like I played Pokemon, the card game, for a little bit in college, and one of the cards that I had pulled back then, it wasn't worth much because it wasn't really playable. Like people were trying to force it in the deck just because it's a really cool art. But it was the Flareon EX, and it's specifically the one where like Flareon, Vaporeon, and Jolteon are all kind of on the card, and they're like chibi, like they just look like really cute. Well, nowadays, now that that card is like out of circulation and everything, people hunt that card. And I was looking through mine. I have one in very good condition. I'm like, this would either be a 9 or a 10. I kind of do want to get my first graded card, you know? I just don't know how to go about it. Uh-oh.
How many of my people have died here?
Alright, I don't have a kick. Do have a Rop, though. That's all I got. Maybe I just beat up this guy. So the quicker he dies, I bet he's going to be the last mob standing. Maybe not now that I'm, like, beating the mess out of him. Okay. He would have been the final mob standing if I hadn't swapped to him. Alright, our tank is like rooted on cooldown. Poor guy. I mean, his routing's not that bad, to be honest. Like, oh. Just all these casters. Man, you take away kicks from a healer, just makes things so much more frustrating. Like, I can't kick these guys in. I can Rop, that's it. I whiffed it. I missed the Rop. Am I using Platinator for enemy and Blizz default for friendly? I believe so. It could be Platinator for both if that's allowed. I don't really remember what I'm using for friendly. It might be Blizz default. But I do know I am for sure using Platinator for enemy. I can't remember if Platinator put like some kind of treatment on my allies' frame or nameplates, whatever these are called. It also doesn't feel like we have less casts. Most do dots that we can... I don't think the thing is that we have less casts. I think we have less impactful casts for sure. Whereas like before, each pack had like 2 casts that if you let go off, like someone's either dying or it wipes you, or it like almost wipes you, you know? That doesn't really exist now. There are a lot of casters this season, but most of them are just like simple bolts that like do like 20% of your health. Like, yeah, you ideally should kick them, but it's, or at least as many as you can, but it's not the end of the world if it goes off. Where I think that was the big idea, is like just reduce those like really impactful casts, like, you know, the ones that fear you. Like, yes, we do have Terror Wave and stuff like that in Magister's Terrace, but like there's not those constantly, which like every pack had that in the War Within, it felt like. Oh, LB, for the HPL guide, I wonder if it would be worth making a list of things that can be dispelled / blocked. Ooh, with freedom / pop. That would be good. Is there a list that exists somewhere? Because I'm sure someone's compiled that, right? I feel like if that list exists somewhere, it just... I don't really know what... off the top, what all it can immune. I know there are things. I'd have to think through like every boss fight. But that would be pretty nice. Because like in the utility section, I could throw up like a quick little graphic. And maybe even say like, screenshot now. You haven't found one for midnight yet. I could at least like name as many as I can think of. And then say like, here's a list of some of the things that you can block. And that way, like, leaving it open-ended like that means, like, if I missed one, then it's still, like, a fine list. The list still does what it says. And it also kind of just gives you an idea of, like, what kind of things to look for things that you can immune. Because, like, I know one big one, like a huge one that you'll want to try to block every time is the first few pools of Seed of the Triumvirate. The one mini-boss does, like, an AoE shackle, so he'll basically chain all 5 of your allies. And it technically is like a snare of some sort. I feel like it's like a slow or like some kind of snare. But if you, like, if I Tiger's Lust myself after it applies to me, or if I pop Chi-Ji before or after it applies to me, I can get rid of it. And I know Freedom is the same way, but if you Freedom yourself before... Oh, it's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. Everyone's messing... Oh, God, it's a mess. Oh, God. Like, if you Freedom yourself before the boss or the mini-boss channels that, or starts that on your party, you can immune it on yourself and one other ally. So, things like that are, like, great to do. So, even if I just mention, like, one big mechanic like that one, I feel like that could be helpful, Zanelia. For sure. The thing is, there's, like, always more than you'd think. So I don't know if I'd be able to even slap together a complete list, right? Hey, we got a mask. No, it's a bag. What? It's literally his mask, but it's a cloak. Weird. Try to look into it. I was planning to do it anyway for myself, yeah. I mean, if you find something, I definitely would want to include it. I would definitely try to, like, get credit wherever it comes from or whatever. Maybe not Paladin, but a Freedom list has a nice ring to it. No? I mean, yeah. Don't disagree. Would take the same for Mistweaver, just figured out another on Magister's Terrace. I'm curious what you're referring to. Is so passive aggressive, he's going to feel that? Is it? So if I say something like, how do I make it not sound passive aggressive? How do I make it not sound passive? He is pulling everything. We're also pulling in the middle of this, which is... Yeah, I mean, it's at least this tank's first time seeing this dungeon, which is... That's the bare minimum. I definitely do feel like this is a newer tank. I want to say something at the end of the dungeon that, like, lets him know he did great for whatever level he's at, while not, like, I don't want it to be something that could be taken wrong, you know? Like, I kind of want to say, like, great tanking, you were really easy to heal or something, you know, like, that way the you were easy to heal part kind of, like, verifies that I was being sincere when I said great tanking, instead of it potentially coming off as, like, kind of sarcastic or something, you know? How is that? Sorry, let's sort my thoughts. I know, I have to do that sometimes. I think it would be nice if you wouldn't make the list for Paladins, but for all classes with Freedom, which, well, they're different, because Mistweaver you have to, I mean, like, Mistweaver you can Chi-Ji yourself before, and then that kind of acts like a Freedom. But, like, Tiger's Lust is, like, you specifically remove it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't really Tiger's Lust yourself before the chains, You have to do it after they're applied, but you can Chi-Ji before. You know what I mean?
Be careful.
I think it's a weird one.
Seems powerful and unstable.
Also, like, it does, like, some character... Oh, we need to kill this guy. We need to kill this guy. No. We gotta kill this guy. Tank was about to pull boss. We have to kill this guy first, right? Whew. Alright. Like, I know some, like, specs have different ways to, like, unroot themselves, right? Or, like, remove snares. Like, there's what, like, Thunderous Paws on Shamans. There's the, Fade root remove thing on Priests. Like, Druids literally just hop into a different form. They remove snares and stuff. What else is there? I feel like that's it, right? Oh, Evokers. Evokers can, like, use their big flights, right? Like, Dream Flight and Fire Breath. Or Deep Breath. Not Fire Breath. Oh man, we are spreading these things out. But I definitely think, like, those utility lists are, like, really good for, you know, like, newer players and stuff to help them understand, like, how they can use their utility and stuff, for sure. Like, different casts that can't be stopped is a great list. Like, just knowing, like, what spells you don't need to waste your kick on. That would be a nice list to have, too. Rescue technically removes roots too. Oh, okay, wait, does it remove it from you and the ally? Like, can you use rescue if you're rooted? Rescue, it's funny. As much as I've played Pres Evoker, I have never keybound rescue. I tried, but I was like, this doesn't keybind how I thought it did, and this is weird. And I just talented out of it. Even though I fully admit it is the play. Like, rescue is the play. Still never talented into it. Okay, I'm gonna say... What do we say? Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. GG, great. Tank. No, he left. I'm gonna send him a message. Can I? To find his name. There it is. GG, great. Tanking. You were easy to keep alive. You were easy to heal. I think is better. You were easy to heal. I'll put a smiley face. Alright. Up next. Level. I'm level 86. Level 86. So I'm getting to the point of the, like, fall off, right? The fall off is like 87, kind of. So I've got a few more dungeons of, like, full power. Then I'll actually have to start focusing. Oh, we got an insta-queue. Let me click this. We can accept. Need some actual factual water. Okay, so it does get rid of... You can use it while rooted. Interesting.
Busier than usual here. We need to act fast.
The tank said thank you with a heart. So it did not come off as a... Like, me being like, yeah, great tanking. You know what I mean? So I'm glad he I don't know. I feel like if I were like a new player and I was doing a dungeon and I were healing and someone were to message me like, great heals, dude, like that would like make me love this game. You know what I mean? But especially as a tank, like just think as a new player playing a tank, how much stress that would be. And like you don't know the route or the pathing or anything in a dungeon, you go into it and you're like, I have no idea what's going on. Then someone messaged you after like, hey, you did great. Like, keep it up. You know, that would make me happy. The bribed captain. It's a cool weapon. The Crimson Glaive. I actually need to spin. I'm just gonna spin because I can literally just sit here and slam the same button over, and it gives my mouse hand a rest. Yeah, see, my whole group got the achievement Myasar Caverns after that, so that was their first time seeing it. For sure. We have to go up here, right? Did someone grab this guy? I'm not gonna be the one.
The void cannot withstand such raw power.
This person, the tank's name is Bloody Marie. It's funny. I wonder if their name is Marie, or if we're supposed to say Bloody Mary. I don't know. I could be standing right now. I should be standing. It's just so nice to sit, you know? Sit and play a game. It's such a vibe. But I will stand. I should go and get a hoodie. I might have one up here. It's getting a little chilly in here. Ooh. Okay, I'll stand now. I could also use my walking pad. I tend to lean when I game, and I did not notice that I did this until I tried to use the walking pad, and oh my goodness, I almost busted my butt. I was like playing a game, and I was like leaning as I was walking, and I just like almost tripped over myself. I should do it. If I fall, I fall. That's good content, right? That's a good clip. Should I do it though? I'd have to crawl under. I guess it wouldn't be crawling because my desk is in standing mode right now, but I'd have to get down there and turn it on and configure it and everything. Also, I don't really have. I have my desk kind of in the center of my room, and the closest outlet is like obviously at the wall, so I have to stretch the cord all the way to the wall. So it's already kind of awkward to set up, but this is just me making excuses because I don't want to walk. But I should. I guess after this dungeon I can like try to set it up and stuff if I'm still feeling like standing. We'll see. We'll see where the lazy takes me. I feel like this is the time to do that though. Like while we're just leveling a character. I don't think, have I been in this room? This doesn't look familiar to me. I'm guessing we're here for this person.
Poking your nose where it doesn't belong. Come face me, sneak.
Yeah, I think the healer that I keep getting asked to make a guide for is Holy Paladin. Like a lot of people. I don't know what after that. I mean, maybe like Resisham, just because they've had the most like change, and they also do like have a bigger player base. Would probably be a good next one to do, or maybe I do like Resto Druid, Holy Paladin, then go back and finish the dungeons. So do like Myasar as a Nexus point, and then come back into the rest of the 1 minute. Maybe. I'm also really debating on whether I should also re-edit and re-release my 1 minute guides as shorts. Maybe I do that as we get closer to the season. I would have to like reframe the video, reposition everything, and figure out how to do all of that and make it work in a shorts format, but I feel like it could. Do you think people would benefit, like enough people would benefit from having it as a short and a video form that's just that long? Or is like me just posting them as videos like sufficient?
Leave a flame. Back, you mongrel. I'm out of range. Never drop it.
I just don't know how many people like would look in shorts for a guide. You know what I mean? Surely like enough would. I'm sure like as my goal always with making guides is like as long as it helps a few people, I'm happy to make it. Like I don't really care about like views and all that. But I don't know. Just my opinion, but if I personally look for a guide, I will not go near shorts. I know. Yeah, but the thing is, like, one of my best, like, Mistweaver guides that I think I've ever put out was just a short. It was, like, it was one of the OG, like, 1 minute guides, but it was, like, I really liked it. I thought it came out really good. But yeah, it's just hard to give all the information in that short of time. That's why I talk so fast, because I want to give, like I want to give you a great start, like foundation. So that's what the 1 minute shorts or the 1 minute guides are meant to be, is like giving you the foundation, right? I feel like it being a short versus it would literally be the same voice. It would be the same everything, except the video would just be made to fit into a short, like size wise, you know.
You're late. Clock in.
Clock in. Dogwatch. I'm trying to decide which character to level after my Rest Drama. Have you leveled a druid yet? Druids are like quicker because you can navigate the open world quicker, you know? They're nice to level. I would not recommend priest. I feel like priests are slow to level. I just would hold out on leveling my priest personally. Has everyone clocked in?
Hold your head high.
Oh, okay. So I have to entertain. Oh, I haven't had to entertain yet. Yeah. I'm dancing. Yeah, you can't even handle these moves. Oh my gosh, he's unstoppable. Look at these moves, man. They're insanity. Could you... Oh. I still haven't missed a single one. I'm on a combo. Papa. Papa. Oh, I missed one. No. Didn't even see it. Hey, we did it. I'm doing my part. Hey, you get 10,000 XP for doing that. That's crazy.
You're getting excellent exposure from this.
LOL, then you're opening a can of worms. Which one, LOL? I have 4, one of each spec. Ooh. I think short format would be cool for gimmicky stuff. Like as Mistweaver in Streets, you could transcend us to pull mobs. Yeah, that kind of thing. That is good for shorts for sure. I don't know why I follow. I agree. I'm just thinking like I could upload the 1 minute guides as shorts as well as in video format. It would just be the same thing, just in a short. The thing is, like, they're not like exactly 1 minute. You know, I call it a 1 minute guide because it's the actual guide portion, you know, minus the outro and intro, is about a minute. But Maybe if I just take out the outro and intro and that would just be the... I don't know. Oh, maybe we just keep them as videos. But I've really enjoyed, lately I've been posting like a lot of our stream clips as shorts, and that way I don't like, I don't know, that way I'm not making like stream clip video. I know some people do that, even like in the WoW community. I'm surprised at how many people make like stream clip videos. I'm like, what? That's a short. But I've been having fun making those as shorts, and I feel like people have been really enjoying them. They've made some good discussions. Like, recently I posted, just the other day when I was saying, like, dude, these quests are just chores, and, like, you know, I was saying that. And people are still commenting, like, I don't know, like, I mean, I'm having fun with them. The moment they become chores is when I know I need to log off and stuff like that, so. When sophisticated, in-depth, high-performance monk raid guide? Soon, TM. Soon, TM. It will come eventually. It will come. It is not at the top of my list, but it is very high on my list. I just have a lot of things I'm trying to put out. Them, like, releasing it a day early. I know it's just a day, but it did kind of throw off my like, internal schedule a good bit. But soon, trademark.
Stay put.
Did you really think it would be this simple?
But what's up? Valentin Velikov. Valentin Velikov. What is good? Obviously, Windwalker and Bruise could too. I am a Mistweaver. But what? So Dogwatch, which characters are under your consideration? Like, do you have a DPS spec that you're thinking you need to like level out a DPS spec? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Like, what all specs are under consideration? I'll give you my input based on those specs. Because for me, like, I obviously have all the healers I need to level, but I also kind of want to level my, Survival Hunter for this tier. I kind of just want to have a random alt that I just play, like, off stream, or maybe make a series out of it or something. Yeah, the first name was fine. Surname, let's say mediocre. Sorry about that. But Valentine... So Valentine, not Valentine, or is it Valentine or Valentine? I'm gonna say Valentine because I think that's what I ended on. Valentine. Oh, I just summoned Chi-Ji. Yikes. Did not mean to. We also are in combat with this stuff. Hello? I don't know how I got pulled, I just know that they were bolting us. Also, I know, like, so many people are just, like, leveling their first Demon Hunter. I've considered it. The thing is, like, yeah, I would love to have all of my characters maxed and stuff, but I have so many alts, right? You have to kind of, like, pick and choose. Like, you have to, I don't know, weigh how much time it takes to level a character on how much time you intend to play that character, you know what I mean? So eventually I'll have to come back through and level all my healers. That's so long. Can you play the Crackling build? I mean, you can't. I wouldn't recommend it, especially not this week, because just like a Dance of Chi-Ji Spinning Crane Kick Rushing Wind Kick build does so much damage. It can help you blaze through these keys, or these dungeons really quickly. There is a Jade Lightning build, but I would say it's like the third best Mistweaver build. I think if you want to play a build similar, there is an end game Rushing Wind Kick build that people were having a lot of success with on the beta. I tried it out. It was not my cup of tea. I prefer to play the Lightning build, even though I know it's like worse than that build. but a lot of people were really liking the rushing wind kick build. A lot of people that preferred the lightning build before were swapping to the rushing wind kick build and liking it. So, and then I know a lot of people that like only raid as a Mistweaver were also kind of liking the rushing wind kick build in Mythic Plus, because it's a lot of the mechanics that you're used to playing around. You play around them in that build, you know. Yeah, I think the lightning build is, if you were to ask me for my input, which you did, I would say it's like the third best build, but that's still not, like, it's still not bad. I don't think it's like I don't think you're gonna struggle as much as like Prez and Holy Priest and the Key. I think you'll just be doing less throughput when you're relying on ancient teachings, but then you can pivot to your Soothing Mist, you know, better. So like, I don't know. It's like it's just like a trade-off kind of thing, you know. Oh, sorry about that. The name comes from Romans, but Americans Americanized it as Valentine, right? Yeah, true. True. Well, I'm main evoker, and it seems Mythic Plus struggle is still on the table, yeah. I do think Presvoker is going to be, like, fine in raid. Like it always is. The thing is, like, ever since, like, what was it, Dragonflight season, like, 1 or 2, whenever Prez was, like, really good, I don't think we've seen a season where they're, like, really, really good. They were, like, honestly, they were fine in War Within Season 3. I feel like people were sleeping on some Prez evokers back then. But yeah, it seems like one of those specs that's just hard to balance in both Mythic Plus and Raid. I should definitely not be on the Axe, by the way. But we were already there. Yeah, I definitely think there obviously was a lot less people testing Prez Evoker on the beta. But even still, it was kind of shocking to see just how few like higher keys people were doing, or I guess able to do, maybe. I don't know if it's able to do, because once again, a lot less people were playing it. So you don't know if it was because they just couldn't push higher or they didn't care to, you know what I mean? I always level my Warlock, as it was my first ever character I made in 2005. That's what will be done at some stage. That's me with my Druid. It's like, I know I have to level all my healers eventually, but I always start with the Monk, obviously, because that's what I made. But then the Druid always comes next, because that was my first character. But I will say the Monk is so chill to level on, because I swear, you can just spinning crank kick half the time in these dungeons, and it's just like so mindless. Like, should you be pressing spinning crank kick at some of these target counts? No. But am I? Yeah. I'm not looking back, right? Since the change of Vivify, rushing Wind Kick feels much more smooth than Rising Sun Kick. I mean, yeah, you always have a target to hit, but if you're always in melee, like, Rising Sun Kick also feels really good. Honestly, just Shayloons plus Vivacious is so nice. Doesn't matter what kind of kick you're doing. Vivacious feels so good this tier. Well, if you mean about Mythic Plus, I think Prez was decent only Season 2 with reduced cooldown of Embrace. Yeah, well, so the reason why I think they were a little bit better is because when they got their change to their external, I think people slept on it. Like, they were up there with Pain Suppression, how strong it was. Because they got, like, a second charge of it, and it got boosted, like, all in one season or something. Like, it was something crazy like that. And I think that still stacked on to how much better it was from the reducive... Oh, I guess the Verdant Embrace was their tier set, right? I don't remember the timeline, but I do remember there was one season where I was like, dude, Prez is actually, like, better than people are making it out to be. But it's just, like, it's still, like, why would you push on Prez when you could have just pushed on Disc Priest, which was, like, kind of had all the same strengths, but less weaknesses, too, so... Malnar said, I spent all of yesterday watching Bowser's 2-hour video on Prez, and I think I kinda understand it. But then I get in a dungeon and can't say for sure I'm doing anything optimally. That's what makes healing tough for me. You're not that needed in early stage dungeons, so it's hard to know. Yeah, that's true. Like, these early stage dungeons are not good for teaching people the game. Like, you can't learn your spec when like look, no one's taking damage until they all take a bunch of damage. And also, people just like stand in these swirlies, so they're taking damage when they shouldn't be. Like, It's so hard to learn healing specifically in these leveling dungeons. Like, they're not a good check of how well you can play your spec. But yeah, I do think it's very interesting that Bowser does that. They always put like out a longer guide. I've never watched them because I don't ever play Prez to, like, I've never really needed to watch a really long in-depth guide, but I do think that's a very interesting thing, and I feel like more people should do that. I really prefer to like make a guide that's like 20 to 30 minutes, and then I like to follow that guide up with like other videos kind of branching off. So like I plan on making a like how to heal some of the hardest bosses this season as a Mistweaver, like, you know, when to press your cooldowns, like what to watch out for as specifically as a, so like I try to go like in depth in different videos, that way you can kind of like pick and choose what you need, you know. But I do think that concept's very interesting. I know Bowser, like, they know their stuff, like they are fantastic at the spec. Guy said this dungeon's pretty cool. Yeah, I do think so. This dungeon is cool, but a lot of RP. The Warlock said it's Warlock Heaven. Probably just like all the cleaving, I guess, or funneling. I'm just planting in melee. I feel like in these lower dungeons you can just stack up the ads. I mean, these ads here, the pets are kind of... I need to grab aggro. I feel like these healer queues are going pretty quickly, though. Alright, people, take the gate. No, the Warlock didn't even take it. That's your button. No, but they're saying they're new to this dungeon, which... I guess, like, as we reach these levels and, like, you do gain access to more dungeons, you're going to see people seeing the dungeons for the first time. Murder pets are all Demo, Fell, and Locky thing. Oh, so it's just, like, saying, like, it's just a very Warlock dungeon. I getcha. Because, like, literally all the bosses are Warlocks, too. Like, I'm glad we killed it there, because these guys had that dot from the not taking the gate. That was nasty. Nasty. Alright. Let's bounce. That's how I took it anyway. That's a good point. I feel like that could be what they meant, for sure. Well, at the moment, Prez is very simplified like everything else. Yeah, true. And I feel like it's a spec that kind of relied on its complexity, so... I don't know. I don't know how well Prez is gonna like heal. Like how much time will they need to kind of like find their footing? I definitely think the loss of Spirit Bloom, like, it's one of those things that like sucked on paper. Like, hearing that they're losing Spirit Bloom was like, wow, that's gonna suck. And then playing it, you're like, I don't know how much this sucks, but the more you play it, you're like, yeah, this does suck, you know. Let me turn on this light. Alright, light on. Ugh, goodness. I'm like sliding my walking pad and it's heavy. Uh-oh. This guy looked at me wrong. Gotta kill this. Yeah, I can tell the scaling's already kind of hitting. I'm doing a lot less like open world damage, it feels like. I don't know if that's the thing, but I can feel it. Oh my goodness. Guy lived forever. Okay, I'm gonna attempt walking. I'm gonna attempt it. I haven't tried it while streaming yet, so if I get like super out of breath, hey, it happens, okay? You know I like to yap. I barely ever exercise, so literally walking is a lot for me, so we'll see. But if I bust my butt, you're allowed to laugh. Okay, you are absolutely allowed to laugh. Also, it's like a couple inches up, so I might I don't know. It's gonna be but you might witness an accident here. Not gonna lie. This is gonna be a catastrophe. Go slower than you think is fast enough. Yeah, true. That is true. Like, literally, the whole point is, like, any amount of movement is better than no movement. That's the whole concept of, like, having this. Is, like, if I'm going to be in my office all day editing and stuff, just moving my body is better than not. But I just know I'm going to trip and fall and... Oh, God. What am I doing? Hey, last day Mythic Plus. Should we go do a last second Mythic Plus dungeon? What am I walking? It's something called a walking pad. It's basically a treadmill if you remove, like, the big thing that sticks up. So it's just the flat part. So you can have it, like, under a desk and stuff. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go super slow. If I get out of breath, it's because I'm out of shape, okay? No sugarcoating it. It's because I'm out of shape. Also, I have to, like, be over here, which I guess is, like, more centered on my camera. The problem is I'm so tall. I just said the problem is I'm so tall. I am not that tall, to be honest. I kind of want to go to, like a BlizzCon, sort of, like, one of those big convention things. You DM'd it to me. Okay. All right. The first pass of bosses mechanics that Bop/Freedom could be used on, a lot less than I expected for Freedom. Okay. And see, this is just going to be boss mechanics. So, okay. See, this is like all of Midnight. So this isn't counting all the Season 1 dungeons. This is the Midnight dungeons. So I need to angle it. I'm gonna bust my butt, guys. Okay, we're going as slow as possible. I'm gonna speed up a little bit. I'm also on, like, the tail end. Like I said, it doesn't even reach. This is probably dangerous. Literally the tail of it, the back of it, is, like, right here under me. So the moment I start healing, I'm gonna be, like, leaning and I'm gonna fall so bad. But it's just good for the blood flow, right? To have movement. That's what I hear. So I've been doing this while I edit a lot. And you know what I should do is I could plug it up here. I don't think it would reach, though. The dungeon journal just isn't updated for the Season 1 dungeons. Okay. At least on live, I'd have to reinstall beta. I should uninstall beta, but that's honestly the best place for me to, like, do my, like, 1-minute guides and stuff. Go a little bit faster, but I guess I might want it slower once we get into the dungeon. But it's the best place for me to do my 1-minute guides, because that's where I can get, like, the import links for level 90 and stuff. The Fall of LB Ninja. Oh my god. Like, the Fall of LB Ninja needs to be studied. It's just a clip of me walking while playing, leaning because I'm trying to dodge a swirly and then falling. But I do that. I didn't notice that I did it until I started playing while I walk. And I lean so bad to dodge swirlies. It's like when you're in the passenger seat of a car and you're, like, trying to turn the car with your body, you know? I do that. I didn't know I did that, but I do that. Okay, I do have plenty of water. Which is also step 2. 2026, or I guess Midnight, is going to be, like, my time to try to not be typical gamer. Sit here and play WoW all day without doing anything. I'm at least going to try to walk a lot. I've already stood, like, I have been utilizing my standing desk a ton. Like, it'll literally be midnight, and I'll be editing, or, like, slapping together a thumbnail or something. Like, it'll be super late, and I will be walking. And I feel like that's, like, that's good. Like, that's what I was aiming for. You know what I mean? It's, like, at least just doing it. Because a lot of times, like, if my mom always told me the story of my dad when they were younger. He went through this, like, phase where he really wanted
this like fancy like biker gear, not like motorcycle biker, but like he just wanted like gear so he could go bicycling. Like, you know how they get that, like the shorts and the helmet, like they get like all this crazy gear. And he wore it once and didn't even go on his bike. He wore it once around the house and then never went out. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to like not do it. I want to commit, right? Coming soon. Elbian's walk during I don't know if I could raid heal while walking. Because already, like, you kind of lose some precision. Unless I'm, like, trying to walk super steady, like, heel-toe it, you know what I mean? But you do lose some precision, because, like, every time I step, like, I kind of, like, move a little bit. And I wouldn't want to do that to my guild. Every time I raid, I try to be, like, as on top of it as possible for my guild. Like, that's why I don't stream, because it was hard for me to, like, talk and stream and entertain the stream while raiding and playing my best, so I try not to do that to the guild. But that would be fun, to walk and raid at the same time. Playing midnight at midnight, I know, right? You got to. I'm just marching in place, MCS right now. I'm trying to at least get some movement in. The walking pad is on like its lowest speed. Just getting some walking in, because I literally never walked before I got this. Where'd the party go? I'm like afraid to tilt my head or like to look to the side, because I'm like, oh, I'll slip and fall. Did we even talk to this guy? Oh, we're upstairs. God, that's so weird. It takes some getting used to. Like, going up those stairs while I'm walking was weird. I don't know how to explain it, but like, it made me want to fall over. Like, it made my feet want to come out from under me. Now, the goal is, I want to do this as long as possible. The real goal is, like, I want to have, like, a walking Wednesday where, like, on Wednesday stream, I walk the entire time. Like, that's like, the goal. Something like that, right? And then I want to have, like, a sub goal or something. Like, whenever someone gifts a sub, I have to, like, walk for the next, like, X minutes. Stuff like that, right? Just little things that, like, aren't really an incentive for you guys, but it's something like a punishment for me, right? Okay. The warrior runs into pool, almost dies. But, like, I don't just want to do it for, like, 5 minutes, get bored of it. Because, yeah, like, walking isn't fun, right? No one, I mean, unless you're, like, outside seeing, like, beautiful views and stuff. Like, walking is not fun. So, like, eventually I'll get bored. One sub is 500 MCS power. What are you on? What are you on, sir? 500 miles? I don't even know if I've walked that much in my life. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure I have. Whoa. Can I do this parkour while walking? Probably not. What the heck? Hello? Honestly, should I just monk? Just monk things? Oh, I think I was there. I was. Okay. Give me a second. I need my roll charges. But I can feel myself leaning. Like I'm like leaning forward and stuff. Which is not good. Yeah. Hey, look. More injuries happen from people exercising than playing video games. You're so right, Reef Nerd. Tell me one person that's gotten like a twisted ankle from playing a video game. Oh wait, not even FIFA players. No, clearly we're joking, and that's why we are walking, but that is super funny. I think this boss is really cool. Yeah, like with every step I can feel the end of the treadmill. I definitely wish my cord was longer. I need to get like an extension cord. I might actually have one. I can look for it. I can look for one after this key. I feel like there is one over there. I should probably try and grab. But see, like, just doing this, I feel like it's got to be better. Like, doing it one day is nothing. But if I do this, like, most of my streams this year, I'll come out at the, like, it accrue, like, at the end of the year, I'll just probably have, like, lost, even if it's just, like, 5 pounds. Like, that's worth it, right? And my joints will probably be better off. I'm hoping. I don't know, man. Hey, we got a 2-hand. That's a massive 1-item level upgrade. We take that.
Why did Nurajin bring them
It's a pole arm, though, so never mind.
stop until we get to the root of the evil?
Never mind.
Follow me.
I also am realizing that I still have Brewmaster loot spec. That is really bad. Swap that to Mistweaver ASAP. I'm 31 and have been in a wheelchair since 18, so walk while you can, homies. That is true. That is true. We have, like, there's all these people that, like, you know of that you're like, they can't do this, so I should, kind of thing. So, yeah. I'll walk in honor of you, evasively. Dang, that sucks, man. Since you were 18. I had a friend growing up that he was on my soccer team, and he was our goalie. He went to go do a save and got challenged by, like, another player, and they went up, they collided, and yeah, he, like, broke his neck and everything. It was really bad. Hey, a friend of mine broke his arm playing PlayStation GTA. Did he punch the TV though, St. Crits? Like, how did he do that? There's gotta be more to this story. You can't just be playing, like, imagine you're just sitting there playing GTA, you're, like, working on some, like, quest or some mission, and then all of a sudden you're like, I think my arm's broken. There's gotta be more to that story, for sure.
It'd be worth
Playing Midnight at Midnight.
how many of my people have died
Mm.
here.
Could have never imagined. What a beautiful thought. I just want to pull all these guys. Yeah, I can just feel myself leaning. I know it's going to come. If I do this every stream, eventually I'm going to bust my butt. And we're going to have a really good clip of me just knocking over everything. The stream's going to end because my PC's going to break. Like, it's going to happen eventually, right? But I know I'm not going to be able to do this during Mythic Plus dungeons. I don't think. Maybe, like, low-end Mythic Plus, but, like, once I'm actually pushing keys and stuff, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this, right? I'm sorry, LB, but civilized people call it football, not soccer. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh, this is going to root me. But the point still came across, right? That is what I grew up playing. All of my shirts from, like, childhood have, like, soccer on it, so. Alright, so what are we going to do? I need to look for an extension cord in the closet. Is there anything else that I said I was going to do? EU called it soccer first. There you go. EU did it. I'm leaning. I can feel myself. I need to break that habit. I need to stand perfectly still and, like, march. Yeah, I can tell this group's been trying to do, like, all the skips. So they were about to try to jump down this cliff.
There are souls still that we can save. You confront her, I gonna release all the souls I can find.
I should be playing Windwalker while I'm walking, though, right? That's just thematic. That's just a failure on my part.
I'm out of room.
Also, I have some like adjustable dumbbells. I had a thought where, like, I was just trying to think of, like, different, like, little sub rewards and stuff and, like, different things that I could do, and I was like, I could, like, eat a spoonful of hot sauce, like, every time someone gets a sub, but that would very quickly go out of control, right? So then I was like, well, what else could I do? I could bring my dumbbells up from the garage and like every gifted subs, I have to do 5 reps of some workout of your choice. You know what I mean? That could be fun, right? Even if we just do that on like, we can call it like workout Wednesdays, and like Wednesdays have like different sub goals and stuff. I feel like that would be fun. Oh, this guy just went offline. I wonder if all those ads colliding kicked him offline. We should still heal him though. There, he's back. Okay. This fight does get a lot easier when you have a Death Knight tank, but it does get more chaotic because they could grip their grip ads through you, and that just like one-shots you in Mythic Plus. Who said naked? I didn't say that, right? Valentine says that can get out of control pretty fast if you're out of shape. The thing is like I'm like I think out of shape is like a good term. Like I can do like all these workouts and stuff. It's just that I haven't done a lot of workouts in a while. So like I think I'd be fine. It would hurt a lot if you guys went out of control. Like if we started like a hype train that went crazy and everyone just like making me do the same thing over and over, like yeah, that would hurt a lot, but I could figure it out. I can muscle through. I'm pretty resilient. This is chaos. So as you see, if you haven't seen these little bouncy balls that are bouncing coming toward us, if they hit you, they do a lot of damage. So in Mythic Plus, what you want to do is you want to fight behind these little lanterns over here on the side. And that keeps you out of, you know, danger of getting hit by these things. I gotta pop Chi-Chi. This is kind of getting crazy. So us pulling out in the middle of the room, people are already taking bouncy ball damage. It's just chaos. But also we pulled like this entire platform all at once. You are young. 2 months and you're at 100% again, you think? I feel like 2 months going hard, sure. I feel like that could just be like a forced incentive, right? I don't know, I might do that. If y'all would... But the thing is, like, not everyone, like, cares if streamer does, like, 5 curls. You know what I mean? Like, not everyone cares. Zenelia said, I'm in shape. Round is a shape. Not wrong. Not wrong. Yeah, I do miss, like, days where I could, like, where I enjoyed the gym. You know what I mean? Round is best shape. Hey, buff people can't roll, okay? What happens if all of a sudden, like, a dinosaur's chasing you and you have to jump down a hill? A buff person's gonna get caught because they can't just roll down the hill. But us round folk, we just lay on our side and go, and all of a sudden, like, it's not a threat anymore, right? Yeah, I need to look for an extension cord for this, because the cord is, like, very short. I guess, like, ideally you do just want a treadmill to be, like, right up against the wall. But I feel like with these walking pads, like, they're kind of their main use is, like, to be put under a desk. And I guess desks are usually up against a wall, too, so whatever. Maybe I'm just the weird one, right? Hey, we one-phased that boss. Okay, let me look for... Hey, we got a trinket. Gives you an int. It doesn't give you baseline int though, so I'm not gonna swap to it. Alright. I'm gonna go look for a cord. Give me a second. Oop. Where the heck are all my cords? Ah, okay. I found them. Ah, there it is. Okay. Sorry, I had to like backtrack. Give me a second. Okay, now I'll have space. Oh, I'm dying. Uh-oh. Okay. Much better. Do you have a link for that walking thing? I know I could get one. I think it's on... It's on our Amazon. I don't have Amazon on my phone. I could probably have it for you next stream. But if you just go to, like, Amazon or, like, Walmart, look up, like, walk pad or, like, desk treadmill or something. Dang, so I actually wasn't out of breath while walking. But the moment you step off the treadmill is like when you get out of breath, which is weird. Or maybe it's just because I was like bending over a bunch. Okay, next dungeon. This is so much better because I've moved the thing like under me more, so I have so much more space. Or you can just shoot it. The gun put an end of samurai. I mean, not wrong. Not wrong. Okay, we're in a queue. I need to kill 10 more root bones and close one more portal. Thing is, I don't remember what any of this looked like. Oh, that's a portal for sure. Then I just need to kill things. I think the things that I was killing... Does that count? No, it does not. Root bone. Light bleached root bone. What the heck is that? Yeah, dragon riding is kind of sketchy. When I dragon ride, I lean. Oh, that looks like something I need to kill. Dang. I missed it. Like when I flew up just then, I felt myself like leaning back. Yo, Brutal, what's good? Brutal with the big raid. I need to set up shout out. I don't have a shout out command set up, but I will verbally shout you out. Brutal, the GOAT. If you haven't seen, Brutal has a podcast. They had me on as a guest a while back, but I've seen some big things coming from that podcast, and I see a big future ahead for that podcast. So definitely check it out. So for those of you just joining, we're just leveling, as everyone is, right? Midnight just started. We got to get our level grind on. But also, I'm the most out of shape person to ever play this game, and I got a walking pad. So I'm trying to walk, talk, and play at the same time, and what we're finding is, one, I'm more out of shape than I thought it was, but two, I like to lean when I play, so I tend to like lean, and that's really bad while you're walking, and if you stick around long enough, I'm pretty sure I'm going to bust my butt eventually, so you're in for a treat. But yeah, we're leveling as Mistweaver, so we're doing a good bit of dungeons. Which way are we going, Tank? Doing a good bit of dungeons. Let's help them out. But yeah, we're just vibing today. But how did the stream go, Static? How's Midnight treating you? How many alts do you have leveled so far? I have not been able to play too much at all. We are just fighting this guy in his dome. I have not been able to play as much as I would have hoped. So, still working on my first one. It's a slow grind, but that's fine. So our group was telling them to get out of the shield, but that's okay. It's whatever. This is like literally the most free grind ever. So Twitch has its own built-in. I know it's like / shout out. Okay, let me see. / shout out.
She gave everything to the task, including her life.
Does this work? It's gonna look really dumb if it doesn't. Okay, it said it did not exist. I don't know, man. But yeah, Brutal Static, one of the GOATs, the best to ever touch this game in content creation. So definitely check out his channel if you haven't. But yeah, I mean, with how much we play this game and like just sit at our desk and stuff, I feel like even just being able to stand and play has been a game changer. But now that we have this thing, eventually I'm gonna have the quads of like a behemoth. I'm gonna have Tauren quads,
She trained with a bow,
which is
gifted
great.
by our mother. Undead
Also, this guy's name is Shinigami. Isn't that...
anything else that belonged to her.
That sounds familiar. Is that from Bleach? Is that like the powers that people from Bleach had, right? Or am I mixing that up with something? Save my Thunder Folk Steed for the shield. Let's do some big damage. Lawful Gray says, looking at the Windrunner dungeon, not sure how Mythic Plus pathing's gonna be. It seems very linear. Yeah, it's one of those dungeons that has like the illusion of linear, but it kind of is like, or I'm sorry, the illusion of choice, but it is really linear. I do think just because of like lust timings, you are gonna want to go Embermaw first, or Emberdawn first, because can't you go? Is it like Derelict versus Emberdawn? Or whatever? I don't know. But yeah, I definitely think every time that I did this dungeon on beta, like the pools were the exact same. Hey man, I main Arshan, but I want to try Holy Paladin or Mistweaver, leaning towards Paladin as an alt. How hectic is Paladin in Midnight? It always put me off how erratic it would be. I wouldn't say erratic, especially nowadays. Like a lot of what you do in the filler for Holy Paladin is you just cast, like you just hard cast their heals, so you're pretty good at keeping health bars up. But it is like, Holy Paladin is very constant, where you're either like, you're kind of always casting a heal or a button that sets up your next heal, like a builder or a spender, basically. But I wouldn't say like hectic. Just both of those specs being the melee healer, you don't like sit there and slowly cast all these peaceful spells and keep everyone topped up evenly. Like Holy Paladin is kind of like whack-a-mole. Like who you slam your heal on is the person that's getting healing that global, right? So I wouldn't say hectic. Hey, Kippleton Brown says, hello. Sorry I've been here for like 3 hours without writing any messages and gotta go. But I've enjoyed this. Hey, Kippleton, I appreciate you for hanging out. I always appreciate lurking. So if you're someone who hangs out frequently and lurks, I love this. I love, Kippleton, that you've stopped in and put a chat before you dipped. I think that's so fun. So appreciate you for lurking. It is a great way to support the channel, just hanging around, you know. So I'm glad you enjoyed it, but I hope to see you next time. Never feel like you have to comment, right? Like never feel like you have to chat to like support or whatnot. I cannot heal the... Am I LOS from him? What the heck? That like little weapon rack was like LOSing me from him, it felt like. There we go. Moving along. I need to drink some water. Walking, drinking, and healing. I'm gonna fall eventually, guys. It's gonna happen. AFK Boomer says, OMG, your UI doesn't look impacted by Blizz's new UI/add-on rules. Was the whole concern an overreaction? No, so months ago, we were much more restricted than we are today. So like they started the restrictions very heavy and have slowly lifted them to get to where we are today. It's still like our UI is just less powerful than it was in the War Within. Like it just is. But you can make it look pretty good, right? The add-on thing mostly affected combat add-ons. UIs didn't change much really. Like the one thing that did really change was you can't really weak auras to like set up a pretty little UI thing, you know? But yeah, like a lot of what they changed was like functionality. Like you can't make things glow when you need to press it, like as much as you could in the past. You can make things glow when they're off cooldown and stuff, but like you can't like make your dispel button glow when someone needs a dispel. Things like that. Like you can't do those like two-step equation kind of things and like things along those lines. Whew. All this yapping. Also, it's like summer weather outside. Brother Bear can attest. It's freaking hot outside, and you can't even disagree. It is getting very warm in the office. You cannot track buffs now? You can. You can't. I remember they like... There was someone who made a really complex add-on. Some like shaman player, or like... I don't even know who it was, but they had made some add-on that like let you split up your... Okay. Yeah, stand over there. Go. No, behind it. No. Ah, dang. I tried, and I try not to be annoying with it. Hey, at least it recasts, right? That's good. Try not to be annoying with the pings. Just try to ping like once and stuff, but that's okay. I got you. So the UI elements that were reactive to things happening in battle. Yeah, because like, if you remember, there have been some fights in the past where like, all you needed was a weak aura to tell you where to stand, when to stand there, and what to press, you know? And those fights were basically handled. So they just wanted to change the game to where we couldn't do that anymore, like we had to make the decisions ourselves. And the downside to that is like, yes, they did put a stop to like weak auras doing the fight for us, but in doing so, there was some like passive cleave onto some functionality that we would have liked to keep. Like, I would love to split up my buffs, and I think now they've like changed that recently, didn't they? Where you can like split up your buffs in some ways. But I would love to like put my rejuve in the top right and like my life bloom in the bottom right and stuff like that. But for like the whole beta testing, you couldn't do that, I think. So I don't know. I've heard that they're like changing that and stuff. I just don't know. Really, I haven't looked into it much. Thanks for the info on Pally. I think I'm maybe just playing it wrong and need to learn. Constantly just spamming Holy Shock and never pressing Holy Light. I don't really think you press Holy Light too much. There are some builds that do press Holy Light, Bruised Dog. So, there's a talent. I think it's at the bottom of your spec tree. That set, like if you just type in Holy Light, it's on the bottom, like kind of in the middle or right side. And it says like when you pop Avenging Wrath, your next two Holy Lights are like instant or something. And I know those builds press Holy Light specifically when they press their wings, because it basically is like a lay on hands inside your wings. But for the most part, you don't press Holy Light. I think you press Flash of Light as like one of your filler buttons if people need healing. So like you press Flash of Light if people need healing, or you press Judgment if they don't, kind of thing. I don't know if you really press Holy Light too much outside of that one talent, right? You could. I'm sure you could. I'm sure people will. And like there are probably some builds where you would want to. Or moments where you would want to. But what's that talent called? I wish I knew what it was called, but it enhances your Holy Lights in your wings. And only like 2 casts of it. Oh, we can't move buffs / hots around the unit frame freely. I don't think you can. I do think, though, that Blizzard has made a statement recently. Didn't they, like, there was someone who made an add-on that basically, like, dug through the game's code and figured out a way to do so, to where you could, like, split up your hots and stuff, or your buffs that you're tracking. And Blizzard was kind of like, either they, like, put a stop to it, or they just, like, gave in and said, we're going to allow that anyways, or something. I can't remember how it was worded, but I think it was a good outcome in that regard. Yeah, as far as the UI I'm using, you can't. But I think there are ways, like very roundabout ways that you can. But also I'm not like, I haven't really dug into that, so I wouldn't be like the expert on that, you know what I mean? Danders and Grits, I don't think in Danders you can yet. Maybe if they do kind of relieve that restriction, I'm sure Danders will add that in. But I could reach out to Danders and be like, hey, with this announcement, are you going to be able to do that soon? And he usually gets back to me. I could shoot him a message, just be like, hey, is that a thing? Hand of Divinity. Thank you so much, Senelia. Yeah, that's the talent I'm thinking of. When you take Hand of Divinity, I know then you do press Holy Light specifically in your wings. I don't know if you also press it outside of your wings as well. I mean, we could deep dive some logs and stuff if you're playing that build. I've seen some people take Hand of Divinity. Some people don't. Instant and half mana, yeah. And they're basically just like big lay on hands, right? Especially if you pair it with like Infusion of Light procs, then they get crazy. But I know Grid 2, I haven't really dabbled with Grid 2 much in the beta. I used to use Grid 2 all the time though. So flash them if they need healing and give them a judgmental stare if they really need help. Well, so Judgment doesn't really do as much like passive cleave healing as it used to. They've really trimmed down what Judgment does. So I've seen some builds like literally opt to only use Judgment in exact downtime. Like if no one needs healing, like I've seen some builds that like people were like experimenting, I think, with like literally removing Judgment and just using Flash of Light as a filler. I don't think like that extreme is right, because like if everyone's like almost full health, you don't need to cast a Flash of Light, right? You could just throw the hammer and do some damage, drop a Consecration, but like I've seen some builds kind of go to that extreme. Like I said, I think it was just people kind of like doing trial and error, seeing like how needed that was and stuff, but I don't know. I do think Holy Paladin has some cool builds though, coming out of the beta. You know what? I just realized my music stopped, so I'm just like sitting here walking in silence. I'm like, dang, my footsteps are so loud all of a sudden. Need to get that music going again. I will say this treadmill is getting like kind of warm. Maybe I just turn the fan on so my room doesn't get like as blisteringly hot as it kind of is right now. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and... Do I run and start the RP? I thought the RP is just like a second or two, so it's not that deep. Ideally, we pull the bloated lasher while we still have these little lashers alive. That way I can just spin to heal through the big pulse, but it's not that deep. Do you think we will get Cell back? I mean, that's a great question. The thing is about Cell is, like, I'm pretty sure hasn't the creator of Cell, like, come out and said, like, we're gonna get Cell in the near future. Like, I'm gonna bring Cell in a minute. Hasn't he made statements like that? And then, like, I look and it's just not there yet, right? If Cell's not already in the game, and if Cell isn't in the game in like a month from now, I don't think then we're ever going to get it back, you know what I mean? I feel like we could pull those Dragon Hawks pretty easily. Hello, Alex for Dante, I'm so stupid. Alex for Dante Paris says, hello, your Apex talent is good. It is. So especially while you're leveling, I would definitely invest in the rank 2 points if you can. So like I'm about to level up again, and I'll be able to invest in those 2 rank 2 points. Because those increase your Rising Sun Kick damage and Enveloping Mist healing, which is nice. But the Rising Sun Kick damage is really nice for these leveling bits, so you can like nuke down bosses quicker and stuff. But also the Spirit Font healing is good when it heals. It will not heal a full health ally, and it'll just like break the channel basically. So I think it's bugged, but it does solid healing. It's definitely worth the 4 points. I know some people have experimented with builds where you just don't go Spirit Font. You invest the points like elsewhere and stuff. I don't personally prefer that currently. I do think Spirit Font could use some like... it's got to be a bug, right? It could use some looking at from Blizzard, but it's not bad. It's not bad. And like big moments where you need big healing, it does contribute, you know? But it also gives you some nice buffs, like to your Enveloping Mist, which is nice. Rising Sunkick, which is nice, especially if you're running Jadefire Teachings. So I like our Apex talent. I think it's not the best healer Apex talent. Don't think it's the worst at all. It's definitely just a nice, solid bonus, in my opinion. Look at that movement speed from that DH, or DK. Gets on that horse. Dude, that horse is still there. That lasts so long. That is from their hero talents, right? But yeah, I am basically just playing a build right now that's trying to do as much damage as possible. So that's why I'm playing Rushing Wind Kick. It does really solid damage instead of Jadefire Teachings. Like, I'm doing like little things like that. So I'm playing Dance of Chi-Ji so I can do as much spin damage in AoE packs.
My sister was also ferocious.
Like, I'm playing a weirder build trying to just do some big damage. I thought Cell will come out, but in a week or two. That's what I've heard. It's like it's supposed to come out like right after midnight launches. And I haven't heard anything saying it will not come out, so I would like to still think that that is still, like, the intention, is that it's going to come out. Especially because Cell was good, right? Like, I do like Cell as an add-on. I do think seeing Cell versus Danders and how well they both adapt to Midnight is going to be nice. Also, as a healer, I think the more variety and options you have is always a good thing. Competition is always a good thing. So, like, just having Danders, like, and I guess Grid 2, that just leaves us with less options. And I do think that, like, having both Cell and Danders and Grid 2 and, like, all these other options that are, like, lesser known is just good because it'll kind of keep them all, like, wanting to improve and stuff. And be the best version of themselves. Like, what is it? What's that saying? It's like competition drives, like, improvement or something? I don't know. There is some saying, and it's like a business statement. Like, where competition's good. Good for the soul. Break ranks all the way. No, Shaman. No, he went running. He's all the way over there. How many of you guys played Final Fantasy? I know Brother Bear, if you're still here, I know you did. Don't these Phalanx Breakers, what they're riding on, don't they look just like the Chocobos? They look just like them to me. In fact, like my brain tricks into thinking that that's exactly what they are.
It seems to have called on the ghosts of vengeance past. We'll need that map from them.
Oh yeah, I definitely need my fan on. Innovation, yes. Competition breeds innovation, right? That's the, like, big saying, I think. Is it breeds? Now that I said it, that doesn't sound right. Competition fuels innovation, or there's some word, right? Some insert verb here. But yeah, that's correct. I imagine they were based on Chocobos when Blood Elves were made in TBC. Probably. I know that, like, different games draw inspiration from each other. I know one of the MOBAs that I play, Smite, like, all of the developers have said that they play WoW, so you can definitely see some draws from WoW, like different items and stuff, and, you know. Am I reverting back to Cell? I mean, I don't plan on it currently. The thing is, like, I'm the type of person where, like, what I'm using has to actively make me not want to use it anymore for me to swap. I don't like, for example, I have an old phone. My phone is, like, a couple years old, right? Like, my wife keeps telling me, like, you need to get a new phone. And I'm like, why? My phone functions perfectly fine. Like, I can make calls, I can send texts, and I can, you know, I'm basically, like, I'm like that, right? Same with my add-ons. Like, unless Danders, like, stops doing what I want it to, or if I find out that, like, something that, like, I wish Danders did, Cell could do, then Unless that happens, then I'm probably not going to swap. So, as of now, like, the plan is not to swap back. But I did like Cell a lot. Like, I do think of the 3 big player frame add-ons, like, I did prefer Cell in War Within, right? I don't get new phones often, as I have so many 2-factor authentications that don't transfer well. Yeah, true. Ugh, that was like the worst part. I don't even have that many, and I was so annoyed. Yo, what's up, Bear? Bear Thulu. It has been a minute. Also, is that a new name? I feel like you changed your name, Bear. Am I crazy, or has it just been that long? But hey, regardless, dude, I hope you are doing so well, Bear. I'm doing good. I hope you are as well. It is, LOL, I changed a lot. Ah, okay, good. So my brain is not that cooked. Gotcha. But yeah, it's very nice to see you. How are you doing? How's Midnight treating you? Are you playing Midnight? I know some people who like haven't really talked to in a bit are coming back and saying like, I still don't know if I'm playing Midnight and stuff. Barely Gaming, Aquatic Bear. Yes, okay. Those are ringing the bells. But hey, I at least recognized Bear Thulu is cool. I like that one. I think just because I grew up swimming in the pool and stuff, I think Aquatic Bear is my personal favorite, but I do think Bear Thulu is good enough to where it's worth keeping. It's good. I leveled my R-Druid first. Nice. Okay, how was leveling the R-Druid? I used to love leveling my Druid just because it's so quick. You just have Travel form, you have Cat form, like... Oh, I have the tank debuff. Oops, that's a life cocoon. Yikes. Apparently I had aggro when he started his little rampage. Yeah, this little tank debuff, it does hurt. Like, even in Mythic Plus, like, you do kind of have to help out your ally through it. I will say the beak from Ember Dawn hurts, I would say, a little bit more. Just from what I've seen from, like, my tank's health bars. Maybe... It always could be that it hurts them less, so they respect it less, like with their defensives, and that's why I have to heal them more. I don't know. But I'm trying to level H-Pal now, and I just find myself wanting to play my Druid. That is the curse. The curse of leveling your favorite character first is like, none other compare, you know? Waiting until Harnier to level one of those as a Druid, the new forms are cool. That's a great point. That is a great point, but I love my Troll Druid. I mean, getting that haste buff as a Druid is so good. Like, it's never bad to have more haste as a Druid. I feel like racials are also, like, they're also, like, kind of underpowered, so when one is, like, good, it feels really good, you know? And I feel like just having a Troll Druid is just so nice. I'm just worried about Rest of Druid being too hard for me. No, Barely, you got it. You got this. It is not hard. Like, yeah, sure, it probably, if you were to rank it versus the other healers, it probably would be at, like, the top, like, near the top of the list of most difficult. But that's, like, very hyperbolic, right? Like, I think one of the things that makes Resto Druid so hard, one, like, yeah, you do have to, like, know how to prep for damage, like, when the damage is coming, that kind of thing. But really, nowadays, every healer has to. But one of the things that does really add a really big layer of complication to Resto Druid is cat weaving and, like, swapping specs to do your damage. The thing is, you literally don't have to. You could get to 3k by never going into cat form. That's like an exaggeration, but, like, you don't have to cat weave your damage. Like, you really don't. Zanelia, I had to hide all my quests because people were complaining. My quest log's full as well. It's bad. Alright, we've done 2 dungeons where I've been walking. I think just 2, right? And man, I am spent, but I do want to go a third. I want to push. This is like the first time I'm doing this. Talking while walking while playing, and man, it's exhausting. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, you're probably like, oh, you're just walking and playing a video game. Dude, the talking adds to it. Like, it all just compounds. Like, it is rough. But, like I said, I want to push through because my goal is to always improve, and that even comes to like I want to get better at talking, walking, and playing. Is someone AFK? Or DK is locked out? Okay. But I do want to get to the point where like I could like technically stream all day while walking and be fine. That's obviously like a way down the road thing. But I want to like push myself to walk and talk for longer. But I'm even the kind of person who like whenever like me and my wife are like walking like from the car to the restaurant, I don't talk that much because like I'll get out of breath talking and walking. So I'm kind of, I know this is corny and all, but I kind of am impressed that I can sit here and yap and, you know, kind of hold a thought. In fact, it kind of is helping me not be so distracted. Like, you know how they say if you're about to take a big exam, you should like chew gum, because just adding something that your brain like passively thinks about helps you focus more on what your active thought is. So like chewing gum while taking a test like really helps like calm like your distraction response or whatever. That's kind of what's happening. Like I'm walking, so I feel like I'm able to like stay on one train of thought better. Okay, we got a 3 stack on the tank. He is not cleansing, so I'm having to spot heal him. We're also down a DPS, and one of our DPS is doing healer damage. So this fight is going slow. But we did it. Wasn't that hard.
At last, the spirits that linger within these halls have found.
Alright, let me turn the fan on. Be right back.
I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do the same.
Alright, drink before I step on. Fight Night says, when does Midnight come out for non-early access? I believe tomorrow, right? Isn't tomorrow like the official release date? Tomorrow for NA. Wednesday for EU, right? I believe. I'm sure someone else has looked at that page more than I have, like the page with all their dates and stuff. So someone else might come here and correct me in just a second. Alright, I'm going to kill these few before I forget, and then I'm going to queue up for another dungeon. And if we can walk for 3 dungeons straight, I will be impressed with myself. Google is a wonderful drug. I'm that person who, like, I just, like, always second guess myself, so I always Google it. So, yeah, I'll definitely Google it. Oh, it's today. Oh, so they're releasing it, like, 12 hours early? It's today in a few hours. Oh, see, I didn't know that. Is that what they meant when they said they're releasing it a day early? That checks out. Right? So the servers are about to, like, tank themselves. Gotcha, okay. Dude, I'm telling you, though, like, I have been so busy this weekend. Like, I have not been able to, like, look into WoW so much. So, usually things that I'm, like, on top of, I just haven't been able to be, you know? So, like, reset day, Wednesday. No, so they're correcting me. It is going to be soon. It is going to be soon, apparently. I've only really paid attention to what the, like, pre-release was since I had access to it. You haven't played for 6 months. Fight Night, dude. You're in for a treat. I think so far the zone is beautiful. The quests, honestly, are less annoying than they were in War Within, in my opinion. The quests are cool. The voice acting is good. The cutscenes are very interesting. The dungeon pool that we're gonna go into soon is very good. So you were in for a treat. I think Midnight's gonna be a very good tier. But I have been one of the people that's been, like, optimistic from the beginning. So I know some people hated that, but that's just who I am. Is I will give you, like, my support until I'm given a reason not to, you know, and I haven't been given one, right? Zulamon's a really cool zone. Is that where I am? I don't even know the name. Yes. Oh, okay. So I haven't even flown there. The area that I'm in right now, Suncrown Village, is beautiful. Also, the area around Silvermoon, like, flying into Silvermoon is peak. Like, absolute peak. But I kind of want to fly over to where you're saying. Can I not get there because it's a mountain? Probably not. That's fine. It's better I don't fly to new locations yet. So we're getting... Let me see. Let me load up the, like, Blizzard page. In an hour and a half. Wow. Okay. The light bloom is kind of creepy, honestly. You know, I don't know if you played this game, Lawful Gray, but did you ever play Gears of War? That was like a big game in my childhood. And this does kind of like the light touch kind of does remind me of like the infusion or emulsion from Gears of War. You see the countdown? Okay, so I'll pull up the Blizzard launch thing. Oh, they're in combat. Wait, what? Do I have a deserter? I'm trying to load up the Blizzard launcher so I can see. Maybe it's on that homepage. They said, welcome, the other healer left us. I'm saying, rip, LOL, on my way. How do I get there? I can teleport to dungeon, right? How's the expansion treating you? Lauren, it's going pretty good so far. Going pretty good. I think this tier's going to be really fun. I played a lot of the beta. Ooh, they're at the tail end of this dungeon, too. I just joined this group, and they're, like, almost done with the dungeon, which is always, like, amazing. But, you know, I played a lot of the beta. The dungeon is really, really fun. Or the dungeon pool is really, really fun. So far, you know, I didn't really play any on Thursday, which is when they first opened up the early access. But so far, like, I haven't seen, like, honestly, any lag. Like, any lag at all. So, I think it's been, from what I've seen, it seems like it's been a pretty successful little early launch. Now, I guess we'll see here in a few hours once the gates open for everyone, right? If the servers can hang. But I think hats off to Blizzard, you know. Like I said, I've been very optimistic from the beginning for Midnight. And I'm glad I was. I think they definitely have done good with what their goals were, you know. There's something off about how it looks. It is very bright. I will say, I think it might be a little too bright. Agreed. My friends and I were talking about it. Smoothest launch so far. I mean, since I've been playing this game, which I started like as BFA was ending, to the point where I always say that I started in Shadowlands. Like, I think there was like 1 week left of BFA. So yeah, I started in Shadowlands. So I didn't really get to see the Shadowlands Season 1 launch because I was basically leveling a character in BFA zones. But since I've been playing, yeah, this has been so far the smoothest, like, launch by miles. Like, when War Within first dropped, I couldn't play for an entire day. You know, like, that's how bad it was. But this is like, every time I've logged on, the screen has been very quick. Every time I go to the main city, it does kind of glitch a little bit because there's so many people there. But I think with time, it's gotten even better. So, yeah, I think it's just a good one. By the way, random, have you lost weight? Looking good. I appreciate you. The only thing is, I've been standing while I edit, which has mean that I am no longer sitting 24/7. I am sitting 23/7, standing 1/7, right? That's not true. I edit way more than an hour a day. So, like, I am I'm not, like, really doing much else. I am eating a little less, too. Like, I've cut down my eating a good bit. But I don't think I've, like, lost weight yet. I don't think it's been enough time for, like, it to really show. I personally think that it's just because I shaved my beard and cut my hair. If I'm being honest, that might just be the illusion. But I do think, like, I have made some steps, like, for the last, like, month or so that should, in time, lead to weight loss. But hey, either way, if it's true or not, I really appreciate it. I haven't weighed myself, so I don't really know. But I greatly appreciate it. That's so kind. Especially because I've always been how do I say this? A big-boned kid, right? So, those kinds of compliments, I can't lie. I hope that they are true. I hope that there's truth not behind what you're saying, but behind what is said. You know, Wang is overrated. Base it off feeling how close fit. Yeah, for sure. I definitely. The reason why I'm doing it is just because I want to feel healthy again. You know what I mean? Like I was such an active, like I was active my entire childhood. So it's just weird to go from that to like not being active, right? I'm gonna take this route and then route immune because it kind of was blocking the path. I'm gonna just roll on through. But I definitely think like my goal is by the end of midnight just have this like crazy glow up where I'm like strong again. I'm like lifting weights again. That's the goal. But you got to start. I think one mistake a lot of people make when it comes to these kinds of things is they treat it like January 1st, where you try to make this massive shift on day one, and that's why you fail a lot. That's why like a lot of diets fail and stuff, is because you try to just jump into it. And while that's like ideal, it's very improbable. So my goal has been to like ease into it, and to ease into it in ways that I enjoy. Like I enjoy the thought of being able to walk while I edit. Like that to me is like more enjoyable than thinking about going on a run after I get done editing, you know? So taking these like smaller steps has helped me want to take the next step, you know? And eventually we'll work our way up to where I enjoy pumping some iron again. It was pretty cool joining in this dungeon as they're on like literally the last boss. But I will say, y'all couldn't see it, but they were talking some heavy smack on their healer. And if we take a little look at the damage charts, I don't know, but you know, no shade, but you attack us healers, we stick together, right? Oh god. There we go. I'm like leaning, trying to dodge the souls and stuff. Very nice. I don't think I need that. I don't think I need that. GG, guys. GG. Man, I was like missing what I was trying to click. Sorry, I just dropped something. I will not count that as the third dungeon. I will not count that because we barely joined it. But I do need to adjust before I hop back on it. Okay. Oh gosh, Jinx Heals asks, hey, how many classes do you have max? I'm up to 4 now. So, I have not been able to play much this week at all, which does suck because I am trying to like pump out content and stuff, but this coming week, so starting here today, honestly, is going to be my wife's busiest part of the year. Like she's about to get slammed. So, basically I kind of had this decision of like, I have an hour where I don't really want to edit, don't really want to make a video. I have free time. What should I do? Should I come up here and level my character, or should I spend some time with my wife? So me and my wife have been hanging out a lot this week, and I don't regret it. I don't regret it. I do understand that I have like a lot of grind ahead, you know, but basically to answer your question short-winded, my highest level character is level 87. So, oh, did I get my Dark Moon Fair XP buff? I did not know the Dark Moon Fair was here. How do I do that? How do I get there? I'm noob. Teach me, explain like I'm 5. How do I go and get my Dark Moon Fair buff? Alright, we need a third full length dungeon, or close to full length, and then I can stop walking and sit underneath the fan. I think it's outside of SW or org. Okay. We can do that after this dungeon, because that would help. That's like, what, 10%? God, I wish I got that, like, way long ago. Yeah, so far, none. None. But 4 max is awesome, Jinx. That is so awesome. It's near Thunder Bluff if you are Horde. Okay, Thunder Bluff. I don't know where it is for Horde, but should be near Orgrimmar. Yeah, so I'll figure my way to Orgrimmar, and yeah, we'll get that after this. Are you doing the Jack thing? I don't know. I know Jack is like very in shape. If you're talking about me walking, I would love to be as in shape as Jack. But I spend so much time behind my desk, sitting in my chair. I'm just trying to eliminate that. I want to walk and stand more. Just like, I felt so crappy after. You don't feel it at first, but like after doing it for so many months, just every time like you'd sit, like every day, you just feel crappy and like your body just like needs better blood flow, right? So if, that's what I'm doing. He's always walking on stream. Well, good for him. Honestly, if you can do that. Like I said, I know he's like really in shape, right? So good for him. That's the goal. I'm not doing it because he does it. I'm doing it because I just want to be healthier, you know what I mean? Non-sarcasm. Good for you, non-sarcasm. Ceiling Panda has shown that he can absolutely like slam me with a good little burn, so definitely need the non-sarcasm. No, I'm kidding, but I appreciate it, Ceiling Panda. But no, I'm not doing it because I saw anyone do it. To be fair, I was on TikTok one day a year ago, before I saw a lot of people use walking pads and stuff. It was like over a year ago. I was on TikTok and I was just scrolling and I saw some streamer. I think they were playing like Rocket League or something, and they had this. I was like, oh, that's cool. They're streaming while walking on a treadmill. That would be great. Like, I would love that. But I didn't even know that like they made them without the tall like stand and stuff. So that was like the original like thing. But then I don't know. I was just like, I want to do that. Like, so it's been like a couple months coming. Like, I wanted to get this whole setup going and stuff, but I just couldn't. But now that we have it, I need to use it, The problem is my office. Already, I have like 2 monitors, lights going. Like, I already have so many things like heating up my office. And this walking pad is by far the hottest one. Like, it's burning up, man. So my office I'm basically just like in an oven right now. Exclamation point talents. I don't think I have it, but I am running a weird talent build. Let me see if I can. I'll paste it for you. I'm currently level 87, so you'll have to adjust the build. But here are the talents I'm running, and it's literally just all the talents that give me more damage and more movement speed. That is why this build looks so crappy, because it kind of is. Just want to move fast. Mini Mistweaver this season, I am, Jinx. How about yourself? You got 4 alts. Max, is that just because you've had time to grind, or is it because you can't decide and you want to give yourself options? So I know someone earlier was saying that they've maxed 2 characters and they're working on their 3rd, but they still don't know what they're maining, so they're kind of like maxing all of the main options and so on. I'll start my Monk Midnight Journey now. Join the race. Dude, Monk is... I feel like this is going to be a fun Monk tier. I know this tier is going to be kind of wonky. Like, our Mythic Plus is just better than our raid is. But I really do think, like, I'm excited to see what, like, Season 2... I'm excited to see the tier sets. I feel like they have some cool avenues with new Shayloons and, like, they have some cool tier set options. Like, imagine Season 2 Mistweaver. Since they've redesigned Mistweaver in a way where we have Way of the Crane and Way of the Serpent, imagine if they give us a tier set that kind of, like, enhances Way of the Crane, enhances Way of the Serpent. Like, imagine if your tier set said, like, if you have Way of the Crane, your spinning crane kick will, I don't know, like, proc Dance of Chi-Ji for the next spinning crane kick, or something, something like that, where you just, like, proc Dance of Chi-Ji more often if you took it. Or imagine if, like, taking Way of the Serpent calls, like, your soothing mist to channel onto an additional enemy, or like basically gave you like unison or something cool like that. You know what I mean? Like they have some cool talents that they could, if they wanted to, they could design some very interesting tier sets around those new talents. You know, so I think Midnight's going to be a really fun time. Like I am very excited for the future, for the near future of Mistweaver Monk, as well as the long-term future. Mistweaver Monk is the coolest spec. It always has been, always will be. But I do think Midnight has created some interesting points of what Blizzard could interact with when it comes to tier set design and stuff. Do I have anything for this? I'm just going to run over here and look at it, because that's all I have. What can I do? I can wait 5 seconds and leg sweep it. Boom. Nibbles training rod. Nice. Got a weapon. It's a cool little icon for that weapon too. Hey, that's a sick weapon. I love that. Oh. I need to disguise. Monk talent / healer. No, I'm sorry. Monk tank / healer feels so good so far in Midnight. Yeah, for sure. I definitely think this season is just going to be a Brewmaster season from what we've seen on the beta and now what we see people like really playing and stuff. I definitely think Brewmaster is going to be very good. So competing with your like sister spec always sucks for a spec, but honestly, there's worse situations to be in. You could just be playing Prez Evoker where you're competing with Og Evoker and you're playing Prez Evoker. Like, at least we're playing Mistweaver, which is very good right now. You know what I mean? Whereas people have been down on Prez Evoker. State coming right up. What's that game that's kind of like this as like the entire game? Like Cooking Mama or something like that? It's like a really popular app or something. I'll grab one of these. I feel like I haven't seen this yet. So surely it's coming up. Sunu Amanor. Let's get the cheese. Who wants cheese? Oh, we got a 5-star review. Yes, sir.
You're getting excellent exposure from this.
Let's see. A little bit of both. Always mained Mistweaver, but it seems like Mythic Raid might be hard for Mistweaver this season. So I'm not sure. I know people are very down in the dumps about it, but I don't think, yes, I do think we're worse off than we're probably used to. But I do feel like people are being even more aggressive with how bad they're saying Mistweaver is, you know what I mean? I feel like it's, at least when I was testing, it wasn't like, I wasn't like, this is so bad, no one's going to want to play this. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly what Ceiling Pan is saying. If you're not in the Race World first, and you like Mistweaver, you'll probably still put up great numbers. You could still like out-heal your other healers in your raid group, you know what I mean? It's not so bad that you're like literally trolling your guild for playing it. I have a premonition that 2 spots will go to the Dragonkin. So you think it's going to be like the War Within again? My prediction for the raid, like the Race World first, I usually like making a video on this. I might still do so. But I've gotten it right once, but I've been so wrong twice, you know what I mean? But I really do think, like, I think how they're going to construct their little raid composition is you usually take a spec like Holy Paladin. So I think Holy Paladin is very good and can be very good in a comp. So I think Holy Paladin's going to earn a spot. I think, like, the best throughput healer, in my opinion, is Resto Druid. So I think Resto Druid could potentially, we could see a Resto, like a tier where like guilds bring along a Resto Druid just for their like raw throughput, right? I think Disc Priest ever since the nerfs I just don't know if they're gonna like be worth taking. But I do think Holy Priest do very solid throughput and bring solid utility. So I think Holy Priest could earn a spot. So if I were to predict it, I would say like H Pal, H Priest, like Resto Druid maybe, and then like if Prez is as good as people think it's going to be, I think Prez could be that fourth spot. Else, I think like people could bring like a second Holy Priest. If Resto Druid's so good that you want a second one, they could bring a second one. Same with Holy Paladin. Like, I think a good well-rounded composition is Holy Priest, Holy Paladin, Resto Druid, and then any other spec. I think those three are like a good little core. They give you a nice diverse healing profile, right? 2 Prez, 1 Ardruid, 1 Holy Paladin. See, I don't think 2 Prez. I mean, sure, like, I would love to be wrong. I think double Prez comps are fun to watch, but I think Holy Priest could earn that second Prez spot. I just think Holy Priest provide like good utility. I mean, sure, like, I don't know. But yeah, if I were to guess what the race comp would be, I would agree with Ceiling Pan, except replace the second Prez with a Holy Priest, personally. I'm trying to figure out a backup healer in case I don't want to play Ardruid. Mistweaver Monk, Bear, what are you doing? I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know I'm right. I feel like in your heart of hearts, you want to be told to alt Mistweaver Monk. You know you want to play some Mistweaver Monk. And that's why you came to this channel to ask for my input. I mean, you didn't really ask for my input, but you came to this channel because you knew I would tell you to play Mistweaver Monk, and that's what you secretly wanted, right? So do it. Dude, this is gonna be a fun tier. I need to fix my sock really quick. That's why I keep stepping off. You just like my vibes? Oh god, I almost just busted it, but I appreciate that. I like your vibes too, Bear, but I'm telling you, Mistweaver's fun. This is going to be a good Mistweaver tier at Mythic Plus too, so now is the time. Join us. Do it. Do it. Hey, do you want to know why Mistweaver always looks fun AF, Bear? Your words? It's because it is always fun AF. It looks that way because it is. That reminds me of, tell me if any of you guys know what I'm referencing. I'm just going to like tell you what I'm referencing, but tell me if any of you guys have seen what I'm talking about. There's this show called Whose Line Is It Anyways? I used to watch it with my dad, and I love it. I'll still go back and watch clips of it. There was this one episode where their guest that they had on was Keegan-Michael Key, you know, the guy from Key and Peele. He's so funny, like amazing. They did this one bit where the whole thing was they're trying to act out a scene, but occasionally they'll have to reverse and go back. I just almost stepped off the walking pad. They'll have to go back and react certain parts, but in reverse. But the funny thing was that Keegan-Michael Key wasn't used to this, so he kept forgetting the order of things. But he was playing this like kind of crazy woman, like crazy grandma or something. And there's this one part where he like kind of forgot what he was doing, so everyone everyone broke character and was just laughing at him. And he was like, "If it seems like I'm crazy, that's because I'm crazy." Like it was just so funny, like how he acted that. So I don't know why I went down that thing, but that's kind of what I was referencing earlier. Whose Line's such a good show, so funny, and it's one of those where like even when Drew Carey left and they got the new host, like I love the new host, like she's really good. I feel like not a lot of shows can replace their host and still be as good, you know? 100% is so fun to play. I mean, there's a reason why I'm not this passionate about a lot of things, right? But Mistweaver has 100% captured my enjoyment and kept it. Not a lot of things do that. I get very distracted very easily. Like, my other hobby is I play Magic the Gathering. I will build a deck, love the deck for like a week or one game or 2 games, and just want to try something else new immediately after. It's like, but I love that deck. Why can't I sit there and play it for like ever? That's how my brain works. I love getting distracted and trying different things, right? Mistweaver has kept me entertained for years. Nothing else in my life, except for like maybe certain sports, nothing else has done that for me. That and playing Pokemon games. I played those every time they came out as a kid. But literally nothing else has captured my attention. That's me and Riftbound. We were talking about that earlier. I haven't really seen much about it, but I know a lot of people like that game. How is Riftbound? Like, what draws you into Riftbound so much? Hold on, Bear. Bear said, "Aren't you married?" You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Not even your... Oh, God. Okay, maybe I should have reworded, but y'all know what I mean. But yeah, Mistweaver is undeniably the best spec in this game. Like, you can't... It's like, if you try to deny it, like, who are you kidding? You know what I mean? If you got into an argument with a guildie who's like, no, I promise, like, Beast Mastery Hunter's the best spec in the game. Whatever they said, insert X spec here if it's not Mistweaver. If they're arguing with you at all about Mistweaver being the most fun, they're trolling. Clipping and sending... No! No! You know, she probably heard me. I'm sure she heard me say that. If you denied it, it's because you've never tried. Honestly, true. Like, so many people just don't make a monk. It's crazy how few people play monk in this game. I don't get it. Like, why not just play monk? It's the best spec, or the best class. But so many people just, like, don't make a monk, and I don't get it. I like Riftbound because it isn't as complex as MTG. The card art is gorgeous. And Pokemon is just a disaster. See, I'm loving Pokemon right now. I just recently got back into the card game. And I love it. Like, I'm having so much fun. But interesting, I'll have to take a look. Maybe if I watch a few games of people playing Riftbound, for sure. How am I getting cards? Well, so the trick, obviously I'm not buying packs. I don't have that money, right? The trick is that so many scalpers are opening thousands of packs just to find, like, that one chase secret rare, like, pretty art card, right? So they're cracking so many packs. So since they're doing that, all of the non-full art versions and all that stuff are dirt cheap. Like, I was like, I want to build this, like, I don't know, I'll just use, like, Lucario as an example. I was like, I want to build this Lucario deck. Surely, Lucario is a very popular Pokemon. A lot of people were wanting to build it when I wanted to build it. And it's an EX, like a special type of Pokemon card. I was like, surely this is going to be at least a couple bucks. 25 freaking cents. 25 cents for, like, the main staple of the deck. And that's, like, the most expensive card in the deck. You know what I mean? Like, so buying singles that are not the super crazy full art versions are dirt cheap. Like, Pokemon is easily the cheapest card game to get into. Collecting Pokemon is where it gets expensive. Buying packs is where it gets expensive and stuff. I also played a lot of... Oh, is Riftbound based on League of Legends? I did not know that. Huh. A lot of League of Legends, so that nostalgia is there. See, I've never played League of Legends. So that if it is a card game based on League, I probably wouldn't get too attached. You know what I mean? And I won't lie, I'm a Nintendo Pokemon hater with how they handle a lot. Yeah, like how they sue people and stuff. Nintendo goes hard sometimes. It's like, dude, calm down. Like, what you're suing over is the reason why you're so popular. Like, that exposure that you're suing over is why your games have been so successful. You know what I mean? And they still, like... It's kind of ridiculous. It's Riot's game, and it's centered on the champions in League of Legends. Ah, okay. Okay. But a lot of people I play with have never played League of Legends or seen it. Yeah, I know, like, the One Piece card game, I know a lot of people have never even seen the show, but it's just a good card game, I've heard. So I know that one, like, took off because it's just fun. Yo, what's up, Asa? Good to see you. How are you doing? Also, if they don't bring a Holy Priest, they have to bring a Shadow Priest. And exactly, you need a priest. You want PI, and... you want PI and you want Fortitude, right? So you want a priest in your raid comp. And I think Holy Priest, in my opinion, like Shadow Priest, I don't think Shadow Priest is worth bringing at all. And I think Disc Priest, from what I saw in the last few rounds of the raid testing on beta, Disc Priest is not putting up the numbers that you would hope in a Race the World first, right? Sure, I would love to be wrong, because I love watching Disc Priest race the world firsts. I just didn't think, I wasn't like super impressed with it after it got buffed, or after it got nerfed, I'm sorry. Let's see. AD&D Mike says, I enjoyed Monk when there was a ranged healer version. Melee healing into the depth of Mistweaver is too much for me. The current HPOW is more my speed. We were talking about it earlier, there is a caster build that's playing Russian, like right now I'm playing Russian Wind Kick, but I'm kind of just memeing trying to blast through these dungeons. There's a Mythic Plus build that plays Rushing Wind Kick that's like doing very well. So if you like a build of Mistweaver where you don't necessarily have to be pressed up against a boss, I mean like ideally you are, so you can cycle through your Rushing Wind Kick more. But if you like that build that focus on the healing interactions more, it exists. So, I don't know. Now could be a time, like, give that build a shot. Oh god, people. Kill these ads. I don't really know how difficult they're... Oh god, they're taking the gate way too early. Uh-oh. Now we take the gate. I feel like, yeah, we're about to lose some allies, for sure. Tank down. Uh-oh, people... Did not know the mechanics, but that's fine. We might be able to just burn the boss. We res the tank. I'm going to cocoon one of these guys. Good. The DK just popped his defensive. So they took the dot. That dot lasts forever, and it's really aggressive. Let's get some Envelop Mist around. Thing is, like, I don't really have all my good healing talents, but even still, you're able to heal through that dot. Alright, dude, we've walked 3.5 dungeons. And we're queuing for another one. Okay. I am like, I don't think I've I literally walked. I don't think I've done any kind of this much movement in a minute, dude. Man, I definitely have the WoW bod, for sure. Alright, let me turn this thing off. Oh my goodness. You still have some air to keep talking? Dude, I feel like I've been like yapping. Like I feel like I'm proud of myself. I know that it's so corny to be proud of yourself that you can walk and stream. Like honestly, there are way more impressive things to be proud of yourself over, but like I don't know, the way that I'm like approaching what I'm gonna start doing and like being more active is like I want to be proud of myself over like these little things. So you know what? Darn it. I'm proud that I can walk and yap and still talk some more as someone who has not done anything in forever. Like, embarrassingly so. Alright. I'll still try to stand a bit just to keep the blood flow going. Let me do a few quests just to break up the monotony of those dungeons. My biggest hesitation on Mistweaver, like I said, like I think the best Mistweaver build is the one that I made my guide on, which is just like your typical always in melee punch kick, like the typical Mistweaver build, right? I think that just is going to perform the best this season. Oh, I thought this was a circle for the quest I'm doing, but I do think a second, like a runner-up, and potentially, like it probably could outpace this build, there is a really good Rushing Wind Kick build. It just depends on, we'll have to just see once we get into the Mythic Plus dungeons, can that build survive as you push up higher keys? Time will tell. But like if that is what has kept you from playing Mistweaver, like that build is cool. I think you would like the Rushing Windkick Mythic Plus build. Plus you do big damage. Like Rushing Windkick, that does so much damage. Alright, one last thing. Let's close this. Let's kill you. Whoa, big touch of death. Huge. Consistent small actions give big results. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, is like, in the past when I'm like, I'm going to do this big lifestyle change all at once, like, that's when I'm like, okay, that's just way too much for me to take on at once, you know? But, like, if you just slowly incorporate new things, and, like, you really... It's kind of like when I learn a spec in WoW. Like, if I were to learn a spec, I start with 5 buttons. Like, I always add the big 5 buttons that all the talents reference. Like, for Mistweaver, I would add, like, Rising Sunkick, Renewing Mist, Vivify, and Enveloping Mist, or something. You know, like, those... I would add 5 buttons, and I would do a few dungeons, really getting the hang of that foundation. And then I would be like, okay, what else? I should add Blackout Kick, you know, and then I would learn with Blackout Kick and incorporate that into the mix and see how that behaves, you know. So that's how I learn specs, is like little bits at a time. So like, why not treat everything, if I know I learn well and like I react well to that kind of like change, like why not do that when it comes to things like trying to get in a better shape, you know what I mean? Like slowly incorporate different things that you can do, instead of trying to like get back to lifting big weights like 5 days a week. You know what I mean? That's way too much. But maybe like walking whenever I get the chance to, and then like lifting weights 1 day a week. Hey, that's better than 0 days a week. You know what I mean? And then eventually I can tune that up to 2 days a week, and then eventually, give it enough time, we're building habits. You know, that's the goal. Ran our Druid last expansion. It was decently fun. My only issue with it was the non-stop rejuve / regrowth got old for me. Yeah, the better you get with Resto Druid, the less it feels like you're spamming rejuve, and you can kind of just like prep them when you need them, kind of thing. But yeah, I agree. There is, like, you do have to spend 5 globals for prep, whereas other healers maybe have to spend like 3, you know? But coming into midnight, like, you have a lot less, I would say. You don't have like 2 life blooms that you're maintaining, which got so annoying, honestly. Alright. We have cooled down. We are sit gamers now. Everything that I just said, scratch it, we're sitting. Alright, let's look at this countdown. How long? Oh, by the way, have y'all seen... Have any of you guys checked out Overwatch lately? They just released like 5 new characters, which is like unheard of for Overwatch. They usually release like 2 a year, but they released like 4 or 5 at the same time. One of them being literally like Cat with a jetpack. That's his name, or Jetpack Cat, or something like that. He's a cat, you guessed it, with a jetpack, and he flies around and like grappling hooks like allies and enemies. So I think like one of his abilities is he like dive bombs at a location, and any enemies that are in that location, he like grappling hooks them to him, and then he can fly away like off the map and then release them and stuff. Like, he just does stupid shenanigans like that, right? And everyone loves them. I haven't played them yet, Bear. I have not gotten a chance to play them. But if I do play some Overwatch, I definitely would load up some Jetpack Cat, because that's just the meme that keeps on giving, right? Like, that's beautiful. Whoever came up with Jetpack Cat needs a raise. I feel like that character alone has gotten so many people back into Overwatch. Okay. What next? I am level 87, very close to 88. Let's get there. Maybe I quest to level 88, but you guys were saying 88 is kind of the level that you should hit up Delves. Oh, I meant to check the time, the countdown. Where's this countdown? feel like it should be homepage, right? Shouldn't it be like right here? Or am I missing it? Hello? Huh. I'll play Overwatch with you anytime you want. Dude, that would be so much fun. I'm not that great. I'm really not. But I do think I'm better than the rank I always get put at because I don't play it often. So I always like sit at like a lower rank just because I don't like grind it. But I love it. Like, I do love that game. What are we doing? Okay, sorry. I have to kill the light frenzy. I have to kill 3 of these things. Okay, so it's just kill things. There's 1. Okay. Need big T-Rexes and then other things. I can also click some chores to fill the bar. I can empower soldiers to make them go fight. Nice. So what? How many percent points does this give us? Go from 30. Oh, it gives us 10. That's not bad. I need to find those T-Rexes, though. We need to kill 3. Go defend the cause. Dude, there's this restaurant that opened up recently nearby that me and my wife are obsessed with. It is so good. It is so good. And I can't stop thinking about it. I don't need to kill that guy. I thought that was a T-Rex. There's one. Okay. Maybe it only shows if you don't have early access. Hey, that checks out. That would make sense. That's how I would design it if I were in charge. The reason why I do that quick zap of lightning is just to tag it in case the people in the open world are about to kill it before I get there. Just tag it with lightning, that way you're put in combat with it so you kind of get the credit for the kill. And you can roll in and actually start doing damage, but... Okay, now we need to kill... Oh, those T-Rexes don't give a lot of count. I do enjoy quests like this, where you have like different ways that you could finish the quest. I like these quests a lot more than the go and find 6 of this flower kind of thing. Hey, very nice. Alright, put me at 88, please. And then, oh, I should go get the... Okay, before we do anything else... Oh, I just have to kill 1 guy. I need to go and get the Dark Moon Fair buff. Should have done that days ago, but... What can you do? You can't change the past. You can only impact the future. Whoa, that animation was cool. I think it was because my Yulon summoned at the same time as his animation, so the colors were really cool. How's the grind going? Nigeria, honestly not bad. Today's been a really good day. I've been really enjoying it. I haven't really gotten like burnt out too much. Like, you missed it. I was walking on my walk pad and actually enjoying doing that while playing, so like, I don't know. I feel like these mid-levels haven't really been as bad. Like, I've been putting them off. But they've been pretty good. I'm definitely behind where I want to be. Like, ideally, I have, like, multiple alts maxed by now. You know what I mean? But that's fine. I would much rather have spent this weekend hanging out with my wife and her family than leveling alts. Very happy with how it went. Alright, let's turn this in. And hope that we're given, like, a little reprieve in the action. Okay, yeah, so the next quest is to meet her somewhere. So now I can break off, we can Hearth, go to Orgrimmar, get the Dark Moon Fair buff, which if you are about to get access to the game here in 45 minutes, when the servers open up to everyone, definitely get Dark Moon Fair early, because you don't want to look like me, like an idiot, and have forgotten to get that early on. Nice man, no rush. It's a long season. Exactly.
I only really care about having my main max level and like high gear at all points because I do intend. Oh god, look at this loading in. Oh no, the servers are unstable because they're about to open. We'll give it a minute. This is my PC. This has nothing to do with the servers, to be honest. Remember to turn PvP on. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Do I care that much about that little buff in XP? I feel like I'm just going to get farmed on cooldown. How far do I need to get into the Midnight questline before I can unlock the Harneer? So you get, like, once you get, like, a couple quest lines in, you gain access to that zone where the Harneer kind of, like, it's their hub. And from what I've heard, you have to beat their quest, or, like, do that zone's quest line in order to get it. And I think that's what I'm in the middle of doing, I think. It's honestly a good one. It hasn't been that bad of a quest line, if I'm being honest. What am I doing? Okay, I'm wasting time. I need to go to the portal room, which, let's see if I remember where the portal room is. Where's the entrance? It's there. So the portal, oh god, okay, the lag is hitting. The portal room should be like here, right? Come on, first try. Oh my goodness. Who is he? Ah, okay, so I've only missed out on 1 day of Dark Moon. Nice. Okay, so if you're listening and you're about to gain access here in 45 minutes once the servers open up, get the Dark Moon Fair buff first thing. First thing. A great add-on called City Guide that adds markers to the Silver Moon map. Oh, that would be nice. I see, that would be very nice. However, I just need to, like, force myself to learn. You know what I mean? Which is going to make it harder. There's going to be some friction at the beginning, but I think it's going to be the best long-term result for me to, like, learn all the locations of things. Need to finish the whole campaign. Ah, and then there's a mini campaign for it after. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood that earlier. So yeah, you need to, I guess, finish the whole campaign for this season. Which, is the whole campaign available yet? Don't they usually, like, time gate some of it, right? So that you can't, like, beat it all in one day. They usually keep some chapters for later. Gonna start up in Alt. I'm torn between HPAL and Mistweaver first. Look, anyone else, I would tell you Mistweaver. Nyceria, haven't you personally enjoyed... Am I misremembering? Haven't you enjoyed HPAL in the past a lot? If that's true, I would go HPAL, but if not, definitely Mistweaver. And that's just my own personal, like, not even personal bias at this point. It's just, I just think it's good, right? Oh, God. Okay. Wisty says, LB Ninja 7, okay, make a decision for me. R Druid or HPAL? How about this? I'm not going to make a decision, but I'm going to help you make your decision a little bit better. If you want to be better, at least at the beginning of this tier, Resto Druid, even if by a small margin. Or a large margin, depending. If you want to be stronger, Druid. If you don't mind being slightly weaker, but you want to have arguably more fun, I personally think HPAL is a little bit more fun this tier. So it depends. Like, do you want to sacrifice a little bit of power for fun? Or do you want to have all the... you don't care about that. I want to have fun. HPAL. 100%. I think HPAL is really fun this tier. But people have gotten mad at me because they disagree with me for some... Like, people have literally gotten mad at me for just saying I had fun playing HPAL. But it's true. I did. I think HPAL is really fun this tier. So yeah, if you want my honest opinion... Okay. I'm looking for the Dark Moon Fair. I am so lost. You said it's in the Thunder... Something... Is that here? Where can I find this? Can you tell I have... No, can you tell I'm just a dirty, like, PvE player? I don't know the world. I don't know its zones. Thunder Bluff. So I need to fly there. South of Orgrimmar. Okay. I was told near Thunder Bluff, so let's head that way. Oh, it's freaking on the map. What am I doing? Go to Orgrimmar and they talk to a mage. The sunken cost of this much distance. Should I go back? Yeah, we'll go back. Okay. Just talk to a mage. I got you.
Dude, y'all are the best. Literally, I'm missing so many years of like all these like little things. Like playing with Vlad. I don't know if any of you guys were watching when I was playing with Vlad, but he knows like all of these like little ins and outs because he's been playing this game forever, and he does like he loves this like leveling characters and stuff. I don't. I've been playing for a few years, and I just like doing in-game content. So there's all these like little tricks and stuff that I just don't know of. Talk to a mage. I feel like there's mages up here. I'm sure I'm missing so many mages. Do you mean like a person playing a mage? Here's a mage. There we go. 25. What is it, copper? That's a skate. No, I'm just kidding. That is true what Zanelli is saying. Technically, you guys could just go and get the buff. Like, before the servers kind of open up. I'd argue it's not even power as we have more tuning coming up. Yeah, I mean, I will say the odds of them tuning between now and the end of the race, like, the odds of them, like, nerfing Restadruid then, because I don't think Restadruid's so good in Raid that they're going to nerf it. I do think it's very good in Raid. But I do think if they were to nerf Restadruid, it would be because of their Mythic Plus. And I don't think they do these massive gutting nerfs for Mythic Plus during the race. Because they don't want to, like, they don't want to shake up the race that much, because then that would kind of, like, ruin it a bit, right? So, like, while I do think if they were to nerf a spec, it probably would be Restadruid, even though I do think that I don't think they should, honestly. What do I do? All I need to do is just like get on the carousel, right? I might have some tickets.
Welcome.
Okay, we'll just buy a ticket book.
I hope to see you again soon.
It's not that deep. It's literally so cheap.
Greetings.
How do I do it? I just go up to it, or? Oh, look at the freaking little Tauren enjoying his ride. That's so cute. Look at me. You can't see it because I'm wearing a mask, but I am smiling so big. I am cheesing right now. That's so cute. Like, casters are always just stronger. I mean, they just have less. They don't have like as much uptime. But to be fair, like dodging swirlies is less uptime for casters, right? It's a weird balancing act for sure. Do I have the buff yet? I'm afraid to like hop off. How long do I feel like I should have the buff by now. We'll just sit here for a bit. But yeah, like Ceiling Panda is saying, there's always the risk of tuning. That's why I don't want to tell you guys what to main. You know what I mean? Like, I try to avoid that. But I will give my input based on what I know currently. And I'll definitely kind of preempt it with like a, things are always subject to change, you know. It is crazy that the Dark Moon Fair buff only lasts for 1 hour. That does kind of suck. You do, for some reason, it doesn't show up while on the thing. Okay, don't you have to like ride it for a certain time though? Like, you don't just like hop on the ride, hop off immediately. I don't know why I just got the Dark Moon Fair buff, because I'm about to have to go cook dinner. That's okay. I think what am I? I'm about 1 dungeon away, because I'm at 530 is what the dungeon XP would give me, but we'll kill plenty of XP's worth of enemies inside that dungeon. Do you think they'll ever expand on the Dark Moon Fair? Do you think like 1 tier, like, you know how like literally Gallywix was just like the big enemy, like it was like a joke tier? Do you think 1 tier, like the Dark Moon Fair is gonna be invaded by something, and then like that's gonna, like, this is gonna be the main city and stuff? Like, do you think they'll ever come back to this for like the storyline? This game is so weird.
It's so cool. Alright, Mayasara Caverns. How are other people saying Mayasara Caverns, and how are other people saying Nexus Point Zenas? Or Zenus? I'm curious, because I know I'm gonna be saying them incorrectly. Or basically, not incorrect. I don't know if there's a correct way to say it, but I know I'm just gonna be saying them differently than everyone else. And I don't want to build that habit early on, you know? Darkmoon Fair raid with Epicus Maximus as raid boss. Dude, that'd be sick. Super cool. I feel like people would love that. It would have to be like a Season 4 type scenario. They couldn't do that for an entire expansion. It would have to be like a single tier. You just say, oh my gosh. I was about to read it too. Expecting advice from Zenelia. What am I doing? I'm kidding. But, oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. I literally was about to read that and be like, oh, they're telling me. I see through your tricks. H-Pal, because you're a non-Fodom Chad. Amen, brother. Oh my goodness, my allergies are driving me insane, man. I will say, I get very bad, like, fall and spring allergies. I do think my spring allergies are worse, but what's weird is I also get summer and winter allergies. I'm, like, constant. I'm just, like, allergy boy, right? Oh, it's so annoying. But I do think spring is, like, my worst. So I'm looking forward to adding allergy medicine to my daily rotation. I guess I should have checked this, but has the, like, Race to World First guilds, like, have they started their little streams and everything, or are they starting today, like when the servers go live for everyone? Were they allowed to do the early access for the race? I'm just gonna follow the tank. Whew. One of my guildies said, guys, I may have wasted most of my last 5 days working on work shit instead of playing this video game. Oh no, do we kick him from the guild? Surely we do. Yeah, we do have to wait so long for Mythic Plus to come out. Griffin says, how goes the grind? Honestly, it's not that bad. I think I was kind of like shocked at how slow the first like level or two was, but that's just because I suck at questing, like straight up. Like there's no other way to put it. I'm just bad at questing somehow. But now that I've been like leveling through dungeons, it's just like more my speed, and it's been going pretty well, like fast enough to where I'm like still entertained, still enjoying it. Also, I get to play Mistweaver all day, which literally can't complain, right? But yeah, honestly, I feel like this is also, we were talking about this earlier, I think so far, now look, it has been a pretty limited release to where only people with early access have been playing so far, but there's a lot of people with early access, right? But I do think from what we've seen from the servers, this has been a pretty seamless release. Like, so far, like, the servers haven't been shaky. Like, I think they've done a very good job on on that front, you know. So I'm very happy with this release so far. I think the UI is also, like, I've never really doomed it as much as others, and I think it's good. Like, I just think Midnight's gonna be a fun time, and this this little pre-release was a great first look into that, you know what I mean? And the grind, the Mistweaver grind is good. I haven't, like, I guess you haven't heard me say it a few times, but I have not been able to play the game that much through this early release week, just because of IRL things. But I know a lot of people have been able to, like, grind out multiple characters at level 80. I've really only been working on the monk, and I'm about to be level 88. Which, there's a trick once you hit level 88. You can save all of your delve quests, and turn them in, like, once you hit level 88, and that way the hardest 2 levels to grind are made a lot easier, you know. I had that rough bit at the very start of the release. That was about it. Oh, that's good. That is good. Work from home and do both, right? Like, what are you doing? Work from home or quit your job to play WoW. That's the goal. That's what you should do. They're asking about mechanics. So, like, am I supposed to aim the bird at something? He said, oh, nice, thank you. No problem. No problem. See, I love, like, week ones of a season when, like, a lot of people just don't know the mechanics, which is, like, sure, that does kind of make it frustrating at some points, but it also, like, allows these, like, moments where it's just fun to, like, talk through mechanics, and, like, when people ask about mechanics, not unsolicited advice, like, don't just be like, hey, you're supposed to do this mechanic this way. But if someone's like, hey, do you know how I'm supposed to do this mechanic, which happens a lot, it's just fun to tell them. And, like, I don't know. It's just fun to learn together, you know? That's why I love expansion releases and stuff, or season starts. It do be worse than we thought. I don't know that I'll be geared enough for M0 tomorrow, but oh well. So is it confirmed that M0 is coming out tomorrow? The thing is, I think you'll be fine. Look, some of the dungeons will probably be harder than others, but, like, if you just jam, like, if you start with the easy ones, you should be fine. So, like Windrunner Spire seemed pretty easy. M0, like a lesser version. Oh, okay. I think you'll be more fine than you think. Let me ask y'all, how is the sound balance? Like, I know sometimes, like, when I'm not talking, I know it can get quiet. But is the game sound loud enough? I'm just afraid of making it too loud. I know I keep it on the quiet end. But is it too quiet? I should ask. It's the non-seasonal version, so it's weaker gear and a weekly lockout, yeah. Which a weekly lockout to M0 is... That's brutal. Imagine it was daily lockout, that would be nice. LOL, I've only done Yulon and Raid. How do we get Phaline in M+ now? It used to be with Thunder Focus E. It is, but you have to talent into it. So it's the talent Emperor's Elixir. So if you want Jade Fire Stomp, it's only like a passive on Emperor's, which I need to take. I should pick up Emperor's Elixir for this build. Because right now we're just going for speed. And the Jade Fire Stomp does do a good chunk of damage. Oh gosh, we are not... CCing these guys. They're gonna keep coming back to life. But I definitely should take that. Thank you for reminding me. Ah, makes sense. I forgot. I stole your build. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I definitely should be running that. If I want to just do as much damage as possible, that does a lot of damage. Which this week is all about doing damage and moving fast. That is why I'm playing a weird build and playing a weird rotation.
What's she doing? She's rending the souls, twisting them, feeding them to that monster. There are
Kulamar.
still that we can save. You confront her, I gonna release all the souls I can find.
Alright, Tank. I'm going to Tiger's Lusty for movement, but if you get rooted, it's on you to break yourself. But you're a druid, so you should be fine. I know I can do it. It'll be easy, but it's a matter of getting accept. Oh, that's true. That is true. You will be competing with people that are probably just going to be a little bit more geared. But you can always make your own group, and that's probably what I would definitely recommend that. If you're worried about like not getting accepted into groups, you could force an accept by just starting the group yourself, you know. And give it enough time, people will queue up, right? But also, you could always like join those like ridiculously big guilds. Like if you say you could like leave your guild for the week, right? Hear me out. Leave your guild for the week. Join that like real like what's that one guild, the Old Gods or something, that like there are like tens of thousands of people in that guild, right? Just because they spam invites to new accounts. You could join one of those guilds and just post in the guild like, hey, anyone want to run M0s? And you just, I'm sure more than 5 people will say yeah. And then you can leave it after you hit like all your M0s. That's an option too, right? Doing something like that. You could also like, I don't know, I'm sure there's some like Discord communities that are going to be looking for people. Some good damage from this Frost Mage and Rep Pally. Love to see that. Gonna form your own? Yeah, I would definitely write. I probably will even. I'll form my own for sure. Keep them from feeding the monster. I might even tank some M0s. I do kind of want to just... Oh, I didn't mean to roll. Sorry, Tank. I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm going to go ahead and say sorry before, just so they know I did not mean to do that. Alright, we're chugging along. Oh. Let me type something in my guild chat really quick. Make sure not to turn in delve quests until you're level 88. They're talking about delves. Leveling slows down a lot at 88 because of tuning, and those are 8 times 75k XP. Alright, trying to help a guildie out. Give them the advice that I wish I knew before I started turning in quests. Alright. This group does a lot of single target damage. I will say the Shadow Priest, not so much, but that's okay. Oh no. I popped Chi-Ji for the stacks of blackout kick and then couldn't get the blackout kick off in time. I did normal as Brew. It's weird not having Rising Sun Kick. Oh, Brew doesn't have Rising Sun Kick anymore, right? Didn't even think about that. That is weird. Very weird. Huh. But to be fair, I always did think it was weird that they did have Rising Sun Kick. Like, I found it hard to find a spot for both Rising Sun Kick and Tiger Palm in Brewmaster's rotation. Honestly, Rising Sun Kick mostly. Because Keg Smash is there. Like, Keg Smash kind of fills that role in your rotation, right? Like, or at least it does for me. Like, it is that, like, big button that you wait for its cooldown to press. Alright. Huge. That was fat. Hey, we're level 88. So now, ooh, we got a helm. Very nice. So now it's on to delves. We are level 88, so now our dungeon tuning apparently is going to go down a lot. So I need to do the delves, take the delve quests, and spam them to level 90. Let me see first if I can make room for this. I can honestly drop Mistline here. Just to pick that up. Oh, but we need to put a point here. I guess Jade Infusion. Jade Infusion never hurt anyone. Picking up Emperor's Elixir because it does good damage. That's it. Okay, but now where... I guess I just like... Will I see the delve quests on the map? Is that how I go to find them? Or do I just fly to each delve and I get the quest when I start the delve? Do y'all know? I'm sure you do. I swear, y'all know everything about this game. Make me feel dumb. Gotcha, so they're inside the delve. So now it's just a matter of I need to remember which delve I've done. Which one does it make you do in the campaign? I guess they should like show on the map like... I can always just fly to them. Let me turn in this quest. Oh, I'm also going to type to my guildie, also Dark Moon Fair. Also, Dark Moon Fair is active. So go and grab that buff. Gotta help out the guildies because they help me out. Okay, ooh, okay, so I have a lot of the map I need to clear. Okay, what am I doing?
Lorthamar, what we saw out there.
Test the Crackling Jade build, please. I mean, I could swap. The thing is, like, I'm trying to kill everything as fast as possible. Literally, you could just swap to this and that, and then you're testing them. But like, I've tested them a bunch on the beta. I have a lot of streams of me just playing that build. You know what I mean? I don't think that build is the best for like open world and single player content. Okay. How does one find a delve? Act like you're good at this game, Chris. Come on. Have I done this one? Probably not. Let's go there. It's in the city? Yeah, I don't think I've done this one. Yeah. Should I do it tier 2? Does it give you more experience to do it higher level? I could Google this. Okay, do higher level delves give you more experience? Do higher level delves give more XP?
So you get like the same. You get the same no matter what. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. I'm just gonna do level 1 to speed run, because really we're here for the quest. I mean, it wouldn't really add much time doing a level 2 versus level 1, to be honest. But this is what we're after, is this quest. Just complete it on any difficulty.
What business?
And this will give us a lot of XP for these last few levels. At a good rate, too. What is this? Also gonna try to grab as much as I can. There's all these little things I need to collect here. I can't do it while in combat thing. Oh my goodness.
My eyes on you.
Okay. So I just need to kill all 70 of these guys. Got it. Come on, Valera, tag along. We're running. Oh, this is so satisfying. I wish there was a dungeon pool like this. It kind of Algathar Academy's dungeon pool 1, or pool number 1 is kind of like this, but just not to this extent. Look at this. This is so satisfying. Oh my goodness. Look at all those spin numbers. I feel like I'm playing WoW Classic with all the numbers on the screen. Oh my gosh, that Jade Fire Stomp too. So satisfying. Okay. Eliminate them from the campus. Did we not just kill them all? Okay. Let's go down there. Am I going ahead of myself? I don't think so, right? Do these guys give me percent? They do. Okay. So we're good. I have to kill 5 of those. Okay. Delves are just like questing in a zone, right? Or in an instance, not a zone. Use the light bomb to blow them up. Oh, but it's so satisfying to spinning crane kick. Dang, that does one-shot them. You're right. That also is very satisfying. Not gonna lie. Oh, but it destroys the bulbs in one hit. Okay. Is that a giant one? It's a massive one. No, I need to go over here. Yeet. Oh, no, it is that I have to hit. Ah, okay. Appreciate it. I need 2 more. I could pull, like, really big, but it is annoying that they paired this, like, kill X amount of enemies with a destroy 5 things quest, because then you can't, like, pull a whole room. You have to do, like, 5 separate pulls. Where are the other ones? Ah, they're down there. Okay. Yeah, you see Jade Fire Stomp does a lot of damage. Yeah, that's nice. Glad we added that. I appreciate you, Ceiling Panda, for reminding me. Let's pull one of these guys. He looks like he gives good count. Can't really throw this bomb very far, though.
Wouldn't cross me if I were you. My eyes on you.
I have to slay the hydrangea. Where is it? All the way up there. What the heck?
Why is there like a white circle here? It's up there. Maybe that's like where the final fight of this stealth happens, I'm guessing. Oh my goodness, the damage. This build's nutty. Hydrangea took 19 seconds. Some good damage.
My loyalties are my
Alright. Where to? Oh, that's the Delve. Oh my goodness, that was quick. Okay.
Let's talk.
Hey, we get some stuff. Ooh. Fist weapon. I love that we can use one-hand fist weapons now. That's so sick. Problem is, I don't have a good offhand. Yeah, we gotta use the two-hand, but I do have a good one-hand now. But I think that's so cool. We can use fist weapons. Because now, didn't they add intellect fist weapons because of the Demon Hunter spec, right? But we just also are one of the specs that can use it. Is it just us and them? DMF was confirmed not to work, wasn't it? Darkmoon Fair? I don't know. I mean, I have the buff. I don't know if it's working. I have the buff, though. It's a great question. Alright, let's turn in this quest for some big XP. Oh my gosh, the game. It's laggy. It's about to get super laggy in 6 minutes once the servers open up.
I could use your expertise. Remember, there's magic.
Huge. Dang, that is barely a chunk. But we have a good chunk of delves we still need to go do, right? Works for XP, but not for the reps. Ah, okay. That checks out for sure. So I've done Collegiate Calamity. I need to go do those. I feel like I've done the Shadow Enclave. Guess we have to fly there to see. Good thing is we get to do the most beautiful flight in this entire game. Oh my goodness. Look at that, man. It does not get better than that. Look at the sky. Oh my gosh. I mean, this zone in this new city is like, it's stunning. So pretty. And it's a video game. It shouldn't. Stunning's a weird word. Like, I know I sound like such a dork, but I'm just. It's true. It's so pretty. All right, Shadow Enclave. I feel I've done one delve. I don't know which one it was. Because you had to do one for the story. You didn't. I didn't have to turn in the quest, but I did do that. Is it here? Aha. This could be the one I've done. So we'll load in. We'll see if we get offered the quest. Also, if I get started on the... So, okay, here's the quest. Nice. So what? Oh, wait, but I have done this delve. Maybe I didn't get the quest. Oh, yeah, I forgot to pick up the quest. Then I felt like an idiot afterwards, but hey, it actually works out. I didn't want to have picked up the quest.
Alright, but the thing is, I don't really remember how I did this one. But these little eyes are what's causing those frontals. Now I remember that. At least. Alright. We need to stop some rituals, and we need to kill some things. That I can do. Does me not killing these, like, ads not stop the ritual? Or does me killing these ads just not stop the ritual? No, I have to kill her too, okay. And I remember when I first did this quest, or this delve, I forgot to kill her. So I just ran to the next room, and I had to come back and kill her. Summoned Voidbreaker. Okay. One ritual stopped. Just keep moving. Just gonna run to the next ritual. No, I'm feared. No. All right. Oh my goodness, it's Jimulus. Alright, final ritual. And I feel like it's just like boss fight after that, right? Yeah, this delve can go pretty quickly. Alright. Ugh, we gotta kill 3 things. I can't even count that high. Goodness.
It's too far away.
I will not die like them.
Ah, but you will. Blah. That was satisfying. That lined up so perfectly with my Jade Fire Stomps. Very nice. Okay, so we get the NXP. About to turn this in, get a lot of XP. Where the heck is this treasure? Is it back here? Hello? Aha! I sniffed it out. It's a little slow to load those in, because I'm realizing it's 5:01 now. So now a lot more people are going to be logging in. But we did it. Hey, I'm halfway to level 89, or at least I will be after I turn this quest in.
Not bad at all. Honestly. Like in just a few hours, we've gone from level 83 to 89. Like that's really good. Well, 83 to halfway through level 88. But that's fine for someone as slow at leveling as me. Taking 5 hours to get 5.5 levels. It's not bad. It's really not bad for someone as slow as me, right? Anyone else could do it faster, I'm sure. But this is admittedly my worst part of this game. Well, the worst thing at this game for me, like the thing that I am worst at in this game, is jump puzzles. So whenever there's a dungeon that you like have to parkour over this like ledge so that you don't pull this mob, I can't do it. I'm just so bad at it. And then second is leveling a character. I'm very bad at leveling a character. Alright, let's turn in this quest. I feel like, should I get... I don't think rested XP, like, matters here, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Hello? Hello? I'm guessing this NPC just didn't have early access. Or are they downstairs? No, they're not. Also, I just pressed roll and nothing happened, so... I think the servers are, like, very unstable right now. You probably hated Wailing Caverns back in the day, huh? Probably, and I'll tell you why, because I don't even remember it. I've wiped it from my brain. I know I did it, but I have wiped it from my brain, so I couldn't even tell you what Wailing Caverns did. Oh my gosh, man. The servers... I just need this NPC to spawn so I can turn in the quest. Yeah, we are exactly at the hour where the servers are loading. Also, everyone in global chat is saying that it's lagging for them too. Yo, Starless One, thanks to the game lagging, I can check to see who followed. I appreciate you, Starless One. Welcome in. How many followers does that put us at? Regardless, it's a lot, and I appreciate you guys. Yo, and a Prime sub. I think that's the first sub today, right? Dude, Starless One, the GOAT. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. Jeff Bezos doesn't need that sub money, but you know what? I greatly appreciate it. So thank you so much. No, Clumsy Ninja 3 said they just got kicked. Also, appreciate you for the follow. Oh my goodness. Y'all are amazing. I've been watching on YouTube forever. Figured I'd toss out the old Prime. Yeah, if you don't use that Prime sub, Jeff Bezos just profits. And we don't want that, right? So thank you so much for choosing me as your Prime sub. It means a whole lot to me. You have no idea. I'm just fishing. That would be a good way to spin this lag, honestly. Is fishing working? Are you able to actually reel in fish? Servers are struggling a bit now that now that the pores are here. Oh my god. Hey, there's that roll that I pressed like 10 minutes ago. Oh my goodness. Come on, we literally just need this NPC to spawn. Uh-oh. Oh, there they are. We're in. Okay.
I look forward to hearing what you've learned.
Ooh, we did it. Hey, we are halfway to 89. Honestly, very good grind. Very good grind. Fishing's mostly okay. Oh, man. Okay, well, guys, glad I sneaked into a dungeon 5 minutes before I open. Oh, God. Was the dungeon okay, or did it crash out? Well, I am very hungry. And if I'm hungry, I know my wife is even hungrier. So I'm going to go cook and chill with my wife for a bit, see if her work has gotten busy already, or if it's going to start this week or what. But also we need to go to the store today, so I have some errands to run, but I was able to get to level 88, almost 89. We are halfway through to 89, so a huge grind done today. I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with me. Like I said, now that midnight's out, my goal is to stream for longer. So like I want to just like build this habit of being able to sit here and talk and just like hang out and stuff, instead of feeling like I need to like perform for short bursts of a stream. I want to like just vibe with you guys, and I feel like y'all are so chill and like fun to talk with. So like I don't know, it's making it a lot easier
to just sit here and just like hang out. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with me and give me something to chat about, give me people to chat to, and you know, the occasional diss at my expense, which I don't mind. But guys, thank you so much for hanging out today. I will see you guys at least on Wednesday. I might, if the servers are stable tomorrow, I might be able to play some tomorrow. Like, I might be able to play, but it's literally up to the server. So I might stream some tomorrow. But guys, thank you so much for hanging around. I'll see you guys at least on Wednesday, potentially tomorrow. So follow so you don't miss it if I go live. Subscribe on YouTube. It's free if you're watching on YouTube. But I appreciate you guys. It's lag free. Ooh, the dungeons are lag free. Very nice. But guys, I appreciate you so much. I've said that like 10 times, but I'll let you guys go. I'll catch you guys on Wednesday or at a future date. But yeah, I'll catch you guys next time. Bye, everyone. Dude, feels so good to get this grind out of the way.